Me that logo. There it is. What's good, baby? Happy Monday, loved ones.
What is good?
Welcome to your
Chatty House.
friendly neighborhood radio show.
Shout out to the Chatty House. Shout out to London, Sacramento. Shout out to KSFM. Shout out to Bel Air.
Luke Bel Air.
You know, they was all through that thing yesterday, man. Shout out to Bryce. Bryce was in the building. Big ups to him. Shout out Coach Molly.
To Kim.
Kim was in the building.
Coach Molly
was in the building. Yeah, man. Max Payne Griffin. You know what I'm saying? Sacramento's own. He was in the building. Big ups to him.
Yeah, we had a nice little time. Yeah. We're gonna do it again this weekend at Topgolf, baby.
Oh yeah, Topgolf is gonna
Saturday night. Let's get it in.
Baby. Let's go.
Ain't no brunch here, man. We're just coming to hang out. I've heard. Is it? Yeah, people want to know. Is it true? You buying Shaq shares of the Kings?
I mean, if it allows me to get into that row one club, then sure, I will buy them.
You could sell them universities and probably buy in.
Hey,
What's up, Warren?
I'm telling you, the Kings, they need to stop messing around. We need to be courtside. Because right now the courtside scene isn't popping, man. It's not popping.
No, it's not.
So they need us in the row one. They need us in the row one club. And we can get this thing popping, baby.
Hey, Manny. What's good? I know what you meant. Yeah, it's supposed to be a T, but I got you. Black Bottle's back in here. Let's get it in.
What's up, big dog? What's up, baby?
The Black Bottle boys. Rich, what it do? Rich out there representing the brand strong in Baton Rouge.
Man, hey, y'all was heavy on the whole McQueen, Bamboo, Luke Bel Air. Y'all was heavy on it this weekend, man. Big
my
ups.
gosh, yeah.
Big ups.
Yeah, those posts were going out fast and furious this weekend, man. I love it. I did between the house on Saturday and the brunch on Sunday.
I saw you had some blue popping. I saw you had some blue popping in the house.
Did a couple of blue bottles. I thought we were one person's mistake away from getting some more blue bottles this weekend, but the mistake kept us from the blue. But that's all right. That's all right.
Man,
that's all right.
I was taking it back this weekend, man.
You go,
I had
Lazy.
some cream on Saturday. I had about 3-4 cups of cream this Saturday, and then Sunday.
You said, boy, your man's Kenny was a movie on Sunday. Kenny got that KSFM life this weekend. He saw what it was about. He said to me, "You did this shit in your 20s." Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. So I was like, "Yo," got up out of there. I was like, "Yo, Jazz, you good? You good to drive?" She said, "Yeah, I'm good." I was like,
I said the same thing to Mrs. Black Bottles. I was like, "You driving? Y'all getting home?"
I was like, "Bet, here's the keys."
Jesse, are we good? Oh, okay. I got nervous. I was like, does Jesse hear us? Am I connected? What it do, baby? Hope you had a fantastic weekend and welcome in here to the Monday, August 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are so happy that you are here with us as we head into another big week with Summer League tipping off today for the Sacramento Kings. You can watch that game with us. We'll do a watch along at 3 o'clock. Why not?
Yeah,
it's not often.
Yeah. I was just about to say, you know, we just keeping it a stack on here. We know people trying to see the Kings game while we on, but the good thing about this, Damien, is it's 2021. I mean, you can You can do both.
It's a multi-screen, baby.
You can do both. That's
multi-screen. And let's be honest, not everybody wants to watch a summer league game, so no problem. Like, we'll keep you updated on what's going on, man, and we'll talk broader Kings topics as well as the day rides along. And we've put one D'Lo and KC event behind us. The brunch at London was fantastic. We thank everybody who came and hang out with us. We thank Black Bottles 916 for the Luke Belair supply and for popping that blue, and our folks over at KSFM and Coach Molly and Kim and Bryce and the rest of the crew that came and hang out. And we're gearing up for another big weekend. This one at Topgolf, KC, with McQueen and the Violet Fog, City Center Financial, Epsilon Sigma Roy Alumni Association. Man, we're gearing up. We've got some bays set aside. Kenny said he's going to run the table and beat everybody.
That's facts.
That's cap, but we'll get out there and
that's facts.
We'll have some fun, man. We hope you'll join us. It's free for you. You just got to use the code word McQueen when you get into the building. And we're gonna have some fun this weekend, man. We're trying to get our partying in before football comes along and takes all our weekends away.
That's really what it is, man. Because this end of July, August, it's a sprint. Because come, I don't know, August 29th, something like that, it's done. And I'm gonna have to explain to my people and explain to my family why I had to sit in front of the TV for about 7-8 hours and watch a bunch of football on both Saturday and Sunday. And if we do have to go somewhere, I got to DVR this football and then, get back here and watch the DVR. And I have to explain to them why I continue to listen to BetQL and our boy Quentin Mayo and trying to figure out what are the best bets for me to make this weekend, because my $25 a week limit will be back in effect this year.
Yeah, and that way, see if BetQL pays off, and you could get yourself another pair of shoes that were the talk of the brunch, the talk of social media.
I didn't know I was gonna wear them on Sunday, but I did, and the streets was watching. The streets was watching.
Yeah, I saw 3 different pairs of off-whites in there, but none's was as cleans as my man's in them. So what shoe will Kenny wear to Topgolf? We'll make sure you come hang out with us 8 o'clock this Saturday. Obviously, we're going to spend a ton of time talking about it here this week. And again, we hope that you will come join us at Topgolf this weekend. Lots to dive into today. We'll start with the Kings. KC, we just mentioned this. No real news to break. We didn't have anything pop up over the weekend, though the Tristan Thompson deal did become final. It happened. It happened. It did. Thank you, Jim Lampley. Tristan Thompson is, in fact, a member of the Sacramento Kings.
ESPN 1320's Twitter account tweeted that out on Saturday morning, and I absolutely read it in a Jim Lampley voice. They said, it happened, and in my head, this is what it sounded like.
It happened! It happened! That person who runs that account should have written it twice rather than one. It happened. It should have said it happened a second time. But Tristan Thompson is a king, and I was talking with Sarah Hodges last night, and it's kind of like, I don't know what this means. Like, is he another big body? Is he a 10 to 13 minute a night guy? Is he a trade piece with that $8 or $9 million that he has on his deal? Is he insurance in case Rashawn Holmes gets hurt? Well, we got Alex Lynn here. I mean, you've got some big bodies here. It's certainly the complete opposite of what they were last year. So at this exact moment, with Tristan Thompson having a Kings jersey, I'm not really sure what his I'm not sure what his role is going to be, though. I'm leaning towards the 10 to 13 minutes a night type of guy.
As things are currently constituted with this Kings depth chart and this this roster, it doesn't really fit. However, I'm a big believer. Now, it didn't happen on Friday like I thought it would. Although I did say outside of Tristan Thompson, so I can't count that. But I still think there is a move that's going to be made. And I'm not breaking news. I think everybody feels the same way, that this roster is not going to be the same roster on opening night. And I'm not even saying that meaning Tristan Thompson is going to be gone. A lot of people say that thinking Tristan will be out of the door. Not necessarily. Obviously, we're looking at Marvin. We're looking at Buddy. And I don't know, maybe they use Tristan Thompson in another trade, in a trade with those guys to beef up the profile of the trade. But
Is
as it is right now, it is a little too crowded. But one of the biggest question marks is Marvin Bagley. If he's gone, that clears up a lot.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Is Tristan Thompson a more appealing trade piece? Because I assume you're talking about beefing up a trade package. And I think in the context of what you were saying throwing them in with both of them. But in terms of matching salary, is Tristan Thompson a more attractive trade piece than Marvin Bagley?
I don't think so. They're both kind of expiring. I mean, the Bagley's deal is expiring and you got control over it. So maybe that's more appealing. But Tristan is expiring. Bagley, I mean, I don't know. Maybe
I know how you feel.
Yeah, maybe
I'm not asking.
Maybe I'm alone.
But so that's what I'm wondering. Like, if you acquire, if you're a team that acquires Marvin Bagley, is it fair to say you don't exactly know what you're getting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but with Tristan, good, bad, or indifferent, you kind of know what you're getting there. At the very worst, you're getting a 10 to 13 minute a night guy who can rebound for you. You're not trading for Tristan Thompson to go play 30 minutes for you at the center position. And I feel like, and you and I have discussed this a lot in recent weeks, particularly since the draft, I don't think any other team outside of Sacramento is putting Marvin Bagley on their roster with the idea of him starting, or perhaps with the idea of him playing major minutes. It was the impetus of the conversation that we had about Marvin's best chance to, I guess, resurrect his career or maybe for the first time set his career off. It's here. It's in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I feel like teams that are acquiring him would do it with the sense of, okay, let's see what happens. And maybe they'll put them out. Maybe they'll put him out there a couple of times and he could be okay. And they're just like, all right, we're not going to do a lot with him. He's here. Break glass in case of emergency. With Tristan, again, good, bad, or indifferent, you could slide Tristan Thompson into a certain role on any team and he'd be fine. He's not going to change your fortunes, but he'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's all situational. You know what I mean? Like it just depends on how you look at it. If I'm another team and I'm like, yo, I get a free look at Marvin Bagley, who is talented, just can't stay healthy. Hell yeah, I'm gonna do that. If I'm, I don't know, like let's just say Philadelphia. Like if I'm Philadelphia, I mean, do I need Tristan Thompson? Like now that Tristan Thompson is in the deal, like. He doesn't really do much for me. It's like, okay, whatever.
So, but that's kind of my point. Is Tristan and Marvin? In these fictitious scenarios that we keep coming up with, Buddy's the centerpiece of all of them. And you could probably, if you look and find the right team, you could make Harrison the center of them. You and I don't particularly like that idea,
right?
But what we're really talking about in the sense of Harrison, you have a different type of player that might be appealing to a team, and you have about the same type of salary. But whoever the second piece is, be it Marvin or Tristan, I don't think any team is making a deal to acquire them.
Right.
That's kind of what I keep falling on with Marvin. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, we got him. We could try it. We could see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? It doesn't work. We let him go. With Tristan, it's like, oh, Tristan could get us, 5-6 rebounds a night. He could come in here and do a little bit of work to use your Philadelphia example, while we rest Embiid, or hell, Embiid's going to miss games next year for one reason or the other. We could use Tristan for 20 of those minutes and have him split starter minutes with whoever, Andre Drummond. I don't know who I don't know who they're going to put in that position now.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely more proven. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But still not appealing.
I don't know if he's appealing, right? Like, yeah. I think the possibilities of Marvin Bagley is more appealing than Tristan Thompson, right? Like,
I agree. I just don't know that other teams look at it like that.
They might not, but they may look at it like we've talked about numerous times. That's Sacramento's fault. It's not Marvin Bagley's fault. Yeah. You know, we get him here in our system. We'll get him in a better offseason program to make him, more durable during the season. It's all Sacramento's fault. It's not the player's fault. They may be looking at it like that, but I think like I said, I think it all depends though, right? Because I can see both sides. If you're Toronto, there's just, talk about that possible trade with Siakam. If you're Toronto, you could look at Tristan as like, okay, coming back to Canada, we got some young guys on here. He's a proven guy inside that we can rely on and help foster some type of, veteran presence in this locker room. And that's good for us with the young guys. If you're looking at Bagley in Toronto, you're like, well, I know a lot hasn't been going down, but this could be an opportunity to almost add a number 2 pick in the draft only 2-3 years ago to a Scotty Barnes, to a Van Fleet, to an OG, all this other stuff. Like, this could be a steal right here. It could be a steal. It could, if it's nothing, then cool. We'll just move on from next year. Nothing lost. But this could be a steal. Now you put them both in there, you can get the veteran and the tantalizing young dude.
Mm-hmm.
Now you may have a trade package that really intrigues a lot of people.
And a lot of that falling off the books the following year. It was at about $19 million falling off the books the following year. Can you tell? This is terrible. Probably should have asked you this before the show started. Can you tell the Mo Harkless story?
I'll tell it
protect all parties involved for a portion of the story.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll just give you the nuts and bolts.
Kenny told me this story on Sunday. I was like, you got to be effing kidding me. Like, can you find this out now? Oh, okay. All right, fine. We'll talk about that. We'll continue to talk about Kings and his Monte McNair's offseason been successful. Let's dive into that as we got Summer League basketball coming up at 3:00 here. And we'll continue to talk Kings. We'll talk football as well. We want to hear from you, 916-349-1320. Jump in the chat house on Twitch and YouTube. D-Lo and KC just getting started. We're with you here till 4:00 on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. My bad, Jesse. I just realized I don't have Slack pulled up, so I don't know if you sent anything or not. But okay, good.
Let me do that now. I got to download the Slack for the computer.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have.
There we
go. So Tim, this caught my attention, but is Zaire Williams on Memphis?
Yeah. Hold on. What did he say?
Is he?
Yeah.
Why did I think San Antonio drafted him?
Yeah, no, he went like 10th. He went with that 10th pick.
Wow. Okay. Well, the Bledsoe thing has been out there. That was out there for a couple. I won't say a couple weeks. It's been out there for like a week. I don't know. I guess it all depends on what the market is for Buddy. You obviously get more young players back, which I don't know that that's what you want. Bledsoe's deal, I think, is only partially guaranteed next year.
I was thinking of something. I know I should have wrote it down. One of them I got, but I had 2 ideas for post-show topics.
Oh, I got the house show coming up. I saw them NXT releases. I was reading about NXT this morning, and it's like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing.
Yeah. Right. Oh, is it good? Is it bad?
No, it's bad.
Oh boy,
no, it's trash. It's trash. I mean,
gosh. Oh, can I? Because I'm not on the house show. Can I talk just wrestling for a minute and a half? Jesse, jump in here if you saw this too. My favorite angle, maybe in all of wrestling right now, is Barrett Corbin. It's not like Pat McAfee he's like, oh yeah, Finn Balor going up against broke ass Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin comes out to no music and just a smackdown on the big screen because they say he's too poor to afford it.
That's funny. That's funny.
I was dying. They play him last week. He tries to interrupt the contract signing. And he's like, hey, man, I'm sorry, bro. I'm down on my luck. I need a break, man.
That's hilarious. I haven't seen any of that. At least they found something to do with Baron Corbin that makes him funny.
No, I heard he did the same thing with John Cena. Like John Cena gave him $100, and Baron Corbin was like, "What? This is all you're giving me, bro? Come on, I'm down on my luck." And then Cena like gives him a attitude adjustment, takes his money back or whatever. Baron Corbin being broke is, I can't believe I'm enjoying this much. This is hilarious. This is some good stuff. Still with the same shirt that has a ketchup stain from like 2 months ago.
I've got to see this. Like I haven't seen it. I don't know how I don't know what I was doing Friday that I missed SmackDown, but I saw some of y'all watch Jungle Cruise. I told you. And you know what I didn't know? You can watch it again. Like when you get it on Disney Plus.
Like 48 hours or something like that? Or forever?
I don't know what it is, but I ordered it last Sunday and I watched it again last night.
Oh.
Dude, you see? I thought it was good. It's really good.
I did see The Office.
Yeah? Wow.
3 episodes.
Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto connected devices, and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is Wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey. Fam, I stand corrected. Kenny Caraway said, I'm going to spend some time watching The Office this weekend. And I called Cap. I said he was lying because he's been saying this for like a year. But how many episodes did you watch this weekend?
I watched the first 3 episodes of the series.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. So the third one is the basketball episode. Did you get to the basketball?
No, the third one.
It's coming up.
Was, what was the title of it? Basically, what's Steve Carell's guy's name?
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott. It was the health plan episode.
Oh, where he makes Dwight pick the pick that. I got you.
I'm gonna give you guys a full review on the post show.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it.
By City Center Financial. Shout out to Sam on the post show. We'll talk about my foray into The Office over the weekend.
Shout out to y'all got some financial business to take care of. I think Sam and the crew is going to be out with us at Topgolf. I'm pretty sure they're going to be out there with us. So if y'all,
Sam's going to be in the building. Sam's definitely going to be in the building.
You want to stop by, golf, take care of your finances. City Center Financial is going to be out there with us. So that's dope, man. I'm looking forward to the post show, the City Center Financial post show here that you could get exclusively on twitch.tv and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Go hit the thumbs up there. If you're watching, hit the subscribe button as well. So I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna fall back because I want you to share this Mo Harkless story as easy as you can, because there are moments, we've had a couple of moments during our shows. It's going to be a year old next week, and
yeah, man,
that's what it was Topgolf. It's the D'Lo and Casey anniversary party. We've had a couple of moments where some things have fallen in our lap where it's like I don't know that I mentioned this before. I knew about Coach K retiring.
Right, yeah.
And so, you'll never guess who told me. I was told, and it was like, this could kind of change our entire career. Like if we just go out there and say, oh, Coach K's retiring. But the 6 degrees of separation isn't that difficult. So, like, you know what I mean? It's not like we could say, hey, sources have told us that Coach K is retired. We've had a couple of pieces of news that were told, and it's like, yeah, you can't say anything.
Yeah.
Well, Kenny was told something, except he was told something too late.
Yeah, like probably a month plus too late. The hell? So, you know, I'm just hanging out this weekend, and you know, I'm talking to somebody that somebody that knows some things, some people that know some people, or whatever the case may be. And we end up talking about the Kings, and we were talking about the re-signings and stuff like that. And we talk. I was like, yo, I like Mo Harkless. I'm glad he stayed around. And the person goes, oh yeah, I am too. Like not surprised. Well, no, how'd it go? They were just like, yeah, I am too. And I was like, I was surprised. And they're like, oh, well, he'd been saying like he wants to stay in Sacramento. He said he wants to make Sacramento his home. And I said, when did you hear about this? Like, a couple months ago or whatever. I said, what do you mean a couple? Can you hit my line? Do you let me know? You know, I work on the radio. I'm not going to say your name. I'm not going to say everything, but I need to go out there with conviction and be like, yo, I'm hearing that Mo Harkless likes it here in Sacramento. Like, oh, they just laugh. And they're like, yeah.
Like, no, it's not funny.
Exactly.
For once, will someone give us a nugget that we can actually use on the air?
Man, a couple months ago, she's like, yeah. Well, I was trying not to say he or she, but
that's fine.
Slipped out.
This is why people don't tell us anything. It's because of this right here. They don't tell us people don't tell us anything.
So, but this isn't even a bad thing either. But they're like, yeah, you know, I was talking, and he said he really likes it here. He wants to stay in Sacramento. He wants to make this his home. Lo and behold, kind of out of nowhere to some people, he signed a deal without any kind of, there was no kind of toggling or nothing like that. It was like, yo, deal's here, I'm signing it. So that was pretty cool. Wish we would have known that earlier, but we didn't. It's whatever. But
we take so many L's on the scoop front, man. Y'all just have no idea. We get these scoops and we tell each other, but it's like, I can't do anything. I remember, bro, I was told about the Kawhi Leonard thing so early. It's like, at what point can I say Kawhi Leonard's going to Toronto? Like, what point can I like announce this trade? I said it on the air like the day before it was official. I don't even think anybody cared. What? Whatever. Toronto, you idiot.
And didn't investigate you for tampering,
bruh. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to talk about. I can't wait to get into these tampering stories.
We gotta speak on that. But so what I found interesting about the Mo Harkless thing through all that is the tried and true. How do I put it? The tried and true thought when it comes to Sacramento continues to be true. Like, I'm not exactly sure what people think about and players think about Sacramento outside of being here and before they come here. They may look at it as a cow town or small, or I don't want to be here, whatever the case may be. But we say all the time, the hardest part is getting them here. Once they get here, like they pretty much all seem to like it. Like they're all like, oh, it's cool here. Like I like it. I can kind of maneuver the way I want to. You know, it's as some people would say, it's centrally located. You know, I can get wherever.
I can get to Tahoe. I can get to San Francisco.
If I ever need to, or if I want to chill out, I could chill. You know, a lot of these people have experienced Sacramento with the Kings not being good, and they're still treated like kings around here, no pun intended. Just imagine if they're good. Like I would think somebody like Rashawn or Mo Harkless may look at something like that, like, yo, they treat us like really good without us being a good basketball team. Imagine if we're good, like they'd be here all the time. So, I mean, it seems to be the case. It seems to be the case. Once they get here, these players that come in have no problem with Sacramento, none whatsoever.
And I wonder how much, like, the Golden One Center has changed the perception of, obviously, the perception of the Sacramento Kings isn't going anywhere until they win. until they snap this playoff streak and become a competent organization for a number of years. But I wonder how much the Golden One Center has changed the perception of the city, because when you fly into the airport, I never understood, like, where is Phil Jackson getting Cowtown from? I don't get it. And then I realized you fly into the airport, you're flying over nothing but fields.
Yeah.
You're landing, you're driving through those fields, and you go back to 2001 when I think that line was originated, and you're flying and you're driving to nothing Natomas. Now you're probably staying downtown. You're probably staying somewhere on J Street, but the arena's in the middle of nothing. And now not only are you're still flying over fields in Sacramento, but now you're spending all of your time downtown. And I think it shows that, like, hey, there's more of a, there's a lot more growth here than there was 20 years ago. There's a lot more growth than there was here even 10 years ago.
Right.
And a lot of that, I think, is because of the arena.
Yeah. You go to something as simple as, we talked to Butcher Boy on Friday, and maybe it was lip service whenever he was talking to me, but it wasn't lip service on the show. When I was at the California Classic with him and Bonte and our guy Nash, the whole time we were sitting there, they're like, yo, this place is dope. Like, this is awesome. And then we go up to the Sierra Nevada Drought House or whatever, and they can see what Doco's looking like. And they're like, yo, got a restaurant there. What's that Punch Bowl place? Like, this is sick. Like, this place is dope. We just went to Sauce before we came here. Like, this is a dope little setup. And people can see that and see, like, it's lively. It's not New York City. Nobody's saying that, or it's not even LA Live, but they even like kind of point to LA Live when they say that. They're like, yo, it's kind of like a mini LA Live down here. Like, it's popping off. And once again, all this is going on with a terrible basketball team. I say all the time, I have a great time down at Doco. I think it's fun. There's things to do. It's live. I have a really good time when I go down there. Imagine if the basketball's any good.
Yeah.
Imagine if it's 17,000 hype fans, or they're having a watch party, and like, it's gonna be a movie.
The basketball
going to be a movie.
It's legit. The basketball is the downside to the deal. It's like, no, let's go to the arena tonight. Oh no, the Kings are playing. I don't know. Let's just go to the arena. They've got great food in the arena. Like, if you're willing to pay for it, they got great food inside the arena. It's an atmosphere. You've got all these different things going on, and you hope that the Kings are playing well that night. You hope that they're, everybody's playing, or maybe they're winning, and you've got some things going on there. But yeah, like or the halftime act is good, or you got a party out on the, out in Doco or something along those lines. But there's a lot of positives tied to that arena. It's just the basketball part is they say if you build it, they will come. Well, we there now. Do something in the arena. Like, give us something to entertain. Give us something that entertains us while we're eating our tremendous food that's $40.
Now, what I thought about this, and also, for those who are lucky to be on what's it called? The Row One Club.
Is that what it's called?
Did you see that today?
I did not.
So the Kings unveiled this thing called the Row One Club, which is like,
okay.
It's
all
like,
I saw from the Kings was goodbye Hassan Whiteside, or thank you Hassan Whiteside.
I did see that.
we just throwing around thank yous for everybody. I mean, it's classy, but Jesus. No, I didn't see Row One.
Yeah, so our guy Jason Anderson wrote about it, and the Kings, they tweeted out an official press release. All right, it's the Row One Club. They said it's a space unlike any other. The attention to detail and service and hospitality standards will provide memorable experiences from the time you walk into the club to the moment you go to your seat. So it's going to be an upgrade on, like, that by the tunnel, they got the little VIP lounge or whatever. It's probably going to be even more exclusive than that. It's crazy, the Row One Club. But I say all that to say, they're going to have all these amenities here in and around the Golden One Center. It's boosting the profile. And I thought about, the information we learned from Mo Harkless. He came back with really no hesitancy. Rashawn Holmes. It was about money. If the money was the same in any situation, whether you're able to offer more or it ended up being what it was, I really believe Rashawn was going to stay. It was really about the money. Like, it wasn't like, I don't even like it here, just get me the hell out of here. It wasn't that. And it got me thinking, what was the last person that we can remember that didn't like it here? That we know didn't like it here?
The city or the organization?
And there's a thing. The organization is one thing, but as far as being in Sacramento, so for instance, like, people talk about how
I don't think Belly liked it here, but don't get me started on that dude again.
I mean, go ahead.
But that's the organization. Like, I don't know if many elites had a problem with the city of Sacramento.
Right.
Like,
so I say that to say, like, Kevin Durant, and we've never had a player as good as Kevin Durant here, but a lot of people say he got out of Oklahoma City. I've talked to people who like talk to KD in a candid situation. They're like, yo, there's nothing to do here. Like, if I want to go somewhere, I got to go to a hookah lounge. Like, that's it. Like, I need to get out of here. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't the only reason, but that played a factor in him leaving. I don't feel like anybody's had that type of feeling about being here in Sacramento. It's either they've loved it or they're indifferent. They're like, it's cool, it's whatever. I just want to win.
Sacramento isn't Oklahoma City. Like, I think Oklahoma City is yearly kind of marked as, like, no, you check teams, itineraries, you come across places like Los Angeles and Miami and New York, how you could even, probably now, and I'm sure they did it when they were in Oakland too, but the Golden State Warriors, there are towns that you go and check a team's itinerary and see, they're staying overnight. In some places, they're staying 2 nights. Nobody's staying overnight in Oklahoma City. Like, they'll if they had the options to get on the team plane in their uniform in Oklahoma City, they probably would. Sacramento isn't that. Like, Sacramento isn't like, oh my God, get us out of here as quickly as possible. Right. Again, it might not be one of those other cities that we just named, but it's not Oklahoma City either. Right. Oklahoma City is that. But with that said, and I know you've heard this, there are movie theater cities in the NBA where teams go to the movies together. I've heard that Sacramento has been traditionally a movie theater city.
Absolutely. I remember hearing that back in downtown Plaza days. Like, Phil Jackson and the Lakers would go to what was that, a Century Theater or I don't know what it was, but it was the one at the Plaza, not with downtown. No, they had stores still in it.
Yeah. The downtown
so
Plaza.
I do understand that. And that's kind of what it is. It ain't, like I said, it ain't LA. It's not what Vegas will be when they get a NBA franchise. It's not that. But you just look at the history of former Kings here, and some of them from the glory years, a lot of them actually, more than you would realize, are still here, are living here. Like, I'm good with my roots being here. Like, Sacramento's dope. It's cool. Or you have guys that are here and would love to re-sign here, right? So you think about Isaiah Thomas, for instance. Isaiah Thomas was good. He was like, hey, give me a good deal. Hell yeah, I'll sign up here for 5 years. We all know how DeMarcus Cousins felt about being here in Sacramento. He was willing to spend the rest of his career here in Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox, he's a little more limited on what he can do, but he's never wavered on Sacramento. He's always been like, yo, it's dope here. Like, I'm cool. I'm ready to put roots down here. Then you got the Mo Harkless, the Rashawn Holmes, all these guys. I heard that story. It's a long-winded way of saying I heard that story. And it's just another person that once they get here, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good with Sacramento. So I feel like, can we dead the notion of people maybe not wanting to come here because they don't want to be in Sacramento? Can we dead that a little bit?
No, I don't think so. I think it's one thing to come to Sacramento. It's another thing to like re-sign. Like it's one thing to, you know, walk to the deep end and cannonball in.
Mm-hmm.
It's another thing to walk over to the shallow end and just take the steps into the pool. Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Rashawn Holmes. Well, Rashawn sort of like Rashawn, he signed a deal. Like not his most recent, but I'm talking about the one 2 years ago. He was a day 10 free agent. A team called, offered him a contract, he took it. But for these guys who were acquired at the trade deadline, that's like walking in on the shallow end and just kind of, you know, I like it here. I'm gonna stay in the pool. It's nice and cozy. That's a lot different than, you know, a free agent who has only been here as an opponent, as someone on the away team, you know, to walk down deep end and go, I love Sacramento and cannonball in. I don't think they're the same thing. Now, I think the bigger issue is the organization, not the city. Issue is the organization. And so, but when you talk about the city, I think you're still, when you're up against Miami's and LA's and Philly,
can't compete with that.
When you have options like that, I don't know where Sacramento ranks against Phoenix. I've been to Phoenix. Like it's fine. Like, you know, the
Phoenix is popping.
Like it's cool. Like it wasn't, Phoenix isn't LA.
Right.
It's, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know what Phoenix is in terms of size. Like what do they have downtown that we don't? A baseball stadium? Like it's a cool place. Like it's nothing, you know, mind boggling. It's a cool spot. I don't know what the difference would be between the city of Phoenix and the city of Sacramento.
So,
though I don't know people other than Chris Paul who goes, oh, let's go to Phoenix. I don't know that anybody does that.
Right. So even when I say that, free agency, yeah, they can't compete. But specifically, a situation comes to mind when you talk about Ben Simmons. And we continue to, you know, say a number of different times, Rich Paul's involved. He is not letting him go to Sacramento. That's what I mean. Like, can we kind of are we in a spot where we can kind of dead that? Because I mean, we got a large amount of people now at this point where I feel like, and maybe it doesn't matter to a guy like Rich Paul, but they've got circles where people have talked about Sacramento. Like as an agent, Isaiah Thomas, hey, they got this deal on the table to Sacramento. What you think about this place for Ben? And I'm sure Isaiah will be like, it's live there. They love their basketball. Like it's a dope spot.
But I think those conversations are being had about the organization and not the city.
Right. And now that's the thing. When we say something like, he's not letting him go to Sacramento, and maybe I'm reading it wrong from everybody, but I feel like a lot of people feel like it's the city that he wouldn't let, like, he ain't bringing him to Sacramento. Cowtown likes it. No, he ain't doing that. I think that isn't as much of an issue anymore. And it's more solely based on the perception of the organization right now.
I think if the team was better and even more, if the team wasn't dysfunctional, if the team wasn't a 15-year disaster, I don't think there would be people in the league going, oh, he ain't never going to go to Sacramento. Oh, they ain't going to do that. They ain't going to do that. And I'm not talking about being San Antonio Spurs good. Talk about being Memphis Grizzlies good.
Right.
Just talking about that. You Memphis making the playoffs, showing to be competent, short rebuild periods, drafting well, getting teams to the playoffs. If Sacramento was that, I don't think there'd be any conversation about any of this, about the city of Sacramento, about the organization. There wouldn't be any of that stuff. Now, I don't know. With that said, I think you're still a long shot to land free agents.
Right.
I think you're still a very, very long shot to land marquee free agents, but I don't think you're completely out of the game. Right now, I feel like the Kings are out of the game, because it's one thing to be and I think we've learned this in the last year, or maybe you haven't. I have. It's one thing to be a disastrous organization, but be the New York Knicks. The Knicks were a punchline. Their owner was a punchline. You're throwing ex-players. You're arresting ex-players. You're booting them out of the arena. Then you're getting other ex-players to sit courtside by you in the next game. You're an absolute joke.
Yeah.
But you're the New York Knicks, and you saw how quickly that can change. It's easier to clean up a disaster of an organization when you're in New York versus when you're in Sacramento. It's easier to break those. It's still New York. I could go there. I could go sign there. Like I still think New York. I think all of these people who went to Brooklyn, I think they would have played for the Knicks if James Dolan wasn't the owner. But they've corrected, they've still corrected that organization, and I'll still push back on you. I don't think the Knicks are going to be able to sign free agents with like big Kevin Durant level free agents that they're always tied to. Zion Williamson. Oh, it's the Mecca. Oh, Zion gave us 3 years of talking points after that stupid press conference he gave after his game at the Garden. I don't think they're in the ballpark for that right now. Brooklyn is. Brooklyn spends money and they don't have, they've got a new owner in place, a good owner in place. I think the only thing the Knicks are fighting is James Dolan. The Kings are fighting a lot more.
Yeah. But like you said, it's an uphill battle, but it takes one postseason experience, right? Where the place is going crazy. ESPN, look at these, they haven't been there for 15 years, but these fans have never left and they're showing, and people see that. They just hadn't seen it.
Yeah, we saw that we saw that lie being told in Phoenix this year.
Oh my God! These guys, if they committed,
because don't get it twisted. Fans left the Kings. They left the Kings so much the Kings almost left. Like, don't forget there was a chicken before that egg. Like, it actually, fans were like, "Screw this, man. Screw the Malou. I'm out." And then the NBA was like, "Okay, cool." We was like, "Whoa." Here we stay. Wait a minute. Let's
NBA was always on board with Sacramento.
No question. No question. Once the fan base got back on board with the team, they were off with the owners, but they were on board. Yeah. They were on board with the team. And when push came to shove, fans stood up and said, "No, we're not doing this." And then the NBA was like, "Okay, I see you." With all that said, though, I think that Monte McNair has had a good offseason. And I want to talk more about that. And you mentioned Jason Anderson. I want to talk about what he wrote today as well, because we talked a little bit about it when we talked with Jason at the arena last week, and it involves the Toronto Raptors and Pascal Siakam. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Tell Poker Pro we'll get him right after the break. I didn't even see that pop up. Eric, I know you're listening. Hang on. We'll get you right after the break.
Manny, I don't know if the NBA wanted. I think they
wanted the Maloofs out.
They wanted the Maloofs out, and there probably were owners that wanted Seattle over Sacramento. David Stern, I don't think he ever wanted Sacramento out.
Yeah, I don't think that's true either.
David Stern, I don't think he ever. I mean, some of that had to do with the optics of having a former player as the mayor, all this other stuff. But it was, to me, it was real simple. If you couldn't turn down Sacramento once they agreed to fund an arena, because that's a vast precedent. That's like they're doing everything you asked them to do, and you still leave. You couldn't do it. Once they said, "Yo, we'll do all this," I was like, "Well, we got to keep them here." It's a proven area too. It's a proven location, proven market. Like you said, they just wanted the Maloofs gone.
Yep.
Maloofs were jokes.
They were a mess. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, David. They want Seattle bad. Yeah, Mark is right here.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome, Zero Deaths. It's a
oh my,
appreciate you, fam. All right, Zero Death 5. We see you. All right, I ain't gonna ask no questions. I'm just glad that you're here.
Lazy, that's a people talk about Seattle. I'm telling you, man, like Seattle would be cool. I got beef with Seattle or whatever, but it's not a big deal. NBA goes to Seattle, that would be really cool. I'm telling you, I put Vegas before Seattle.
Keith Smith just said Kemba gave up $20 million in his buyout.
Now that's not wanting to be somewhere.
God, and it's Oklahoma City. Jeez almighty.
That is not wanting to be somewhere.
That's a perfect tie into what we're talking about. Goodness gracious. Oh, man. How bad? $20 million. That's how bad. Row One Club. There it is. Thanks, Mark, for tagging me in that.
Mark, are you going to be part of the Row One Club? That's just, that's Mark territory right there. Jericho.
We only got 4 likes. Is that right? Can y'all hit the like button? What is this Securing the Bagley is talking about? Let's get them likes up. What's happening? What is happening in here? Oh, man. We got... I think his run in AEW has kicked out of that. Yo, Bags is right. Let's get them likes up. Stop. Why y'all make me beg for likes, man? I already got to do it on Instagram. Now you got me doing it on YouTube.
Coach Molly.
Coach.
It's great seeing you, Coach Molly. Absolutely.
That's what's
Absolutely.
up. Coach came to hang out. She came solo too. I was like, nah, Coach, just come hang with me and Kenny.
Yeah, one of the homies came with her later though.
Yeah, later. Yeah. Let's get them thumbs up, fams. Let's go. Let's keep subscribing. We on our way to 1,100. Let's get them thumbs up though. Let's get to triple digits.
Zero depths. I keep saying it. It's either gonna be with Las Vegas, but it won't be before Las Vegas. NBA in Las Vegas first.
Yo, for real, making me beg. Yes, indeed. If you haven't downloaded the new Odyssey app, go do that. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations that are available now. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. We've got Summer League basketball coming up, and while we don't carry the game live, as a matter of fact, no one is carrying the game live. We'll be here to discuss it with you. We'll do kind of a watch along here. As Summer League can get boring quick.
Real quick.
So we'll talk about broader Kings topics and about what we're seeing at 3:00. When that game gets underway, we'll dive into some NFL things here. You talk about timing. My goodness, man. Our man Keith Smith, who was on with us last week, he just tweeted, Kemba Walker gave up $20 million in his buyout from the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Woo.
You talk about not wanting to play somewhere. Fam. I hear you give up 5 here, 10 here. I think Mike, to get out of Atlanta, took nothing. Like, he gave up everything. He was like, just get me out of here. And I think that's when he went and signed for with the Knicks after that. Yeah. But yeah, Kemba gave up $20 million of his contract to get out of Oklahoma City.
Wait.
He did not want to see all those movies. He did not want to see all those movies.
He's going to the Mecca. He's going home, baby.
Yeah, man. I'm all for it though. I like Kemba in the Garden, man. I'm with that. So we got into a conversation about cities and the attractiveness of the city of Sacramento versus the organization of Sacramento, and kind of running through all of the different, New York's, Miami's, and then on the other side of things, the Oklahoma cities and all of that different stuff. But we're in agreement that the most important thing that this organization can do is fix itself. Like, it has to get itself back on track.
Yeah.
So with that said, is this the best offseason performance, if you will, from a Kings general manager in, recent memory, in a long time?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know, because I don't think it's like great. It doesn't necessarily have me excited for the season, like the offseason alone.
Agree. However, this is a different kind of class.
Mhm.
This class doesn't grade on that type of scale. This class grades on the curve. So what's the highest score in the class? And you grade against that. He didn't overpay for somebody.
Mhm.
He didn't go out and sign a disastrous fit. He essentially signed a bunch of guys that he already knows fits here. And then he acquired Tristan Thompson. Now, we like DeLon Wright, but we also see that crowded, front court.
Mhm.
Now, Tristan Thompson is coming back. No money lost either way. Now it's I said front court, a crowded backcourt. Tristan Thompson joining the crowded front court.
Mhm.
But again, grading on the curve, he didn't overpay for anybody. There isn't any, head scratching. Like, what is this? There isn't. Oh God, I hope they can move this guy by the trade deadline. Some people might feel that way about Tristan Thompson, but again, Tristan is an inconsequential guy either way. Dwayne Dedmon had consequences. Trevor Ariza had consequences. There are signings that had consequences where if they didn't work out, you were in bad shape. Now they were lucky to be able to move off of both of those, but still, I think Monty did a pretty good job. Now I'm hoping for more. Like I would, if you asked me to give a grade, I would hope that my grade is incomplete, but I don't know that it's incomplete. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Monty may be like, okay, got it. See y'all in October.
That would be, I don't want to say that'd be a mistake because that's not necessarily.
No, that would be a mistake. That would very much be a mistake.
But I mean, it would be on the surface, it would be, but like we've said numerous times, I don't want you taking a second round pick for Buddy Hield. Like if you ain't got a deal, then hell, just bring them all back and we'll figure it out later. So, it's all relative. But I say this and maybe I'm copping out of the question a little bit because it's all results based, right? There's been Vlade off seasons where we like what Vlade did. We like the draft. We like that. Hey, there's a number of people that thought Dwayne Dedmon was perfect for what the Kings were trying to do. Perfect. Hell of a signing. Go get him. Vet presence, getting Trevor Ariza. A lot of people that felt that way. There was a lot of people who looked at they were perplexed maybe by the George Hill, Vince Carter, Zach Randolph thing, but that really liked the Bellinelli.
It's cool though. Like, hey, Vince Carter's the Sacramento King. This is wild.
But there's a lot of people who really like the Bellinelli Rondo offseason. Oh, we got people with cuz that. So, and then when the results came back and it was all bad, you're like, what the hell was he thinking? Right. But at the time, people were feeling good. So this one is once again results based. I like it because the guys that were here that I would hope would stay, he got them back. Rashawn, Mo, and Terrence Davis. I like Tristan. I like Alex Lynn. You know what I mean? I like those pickups, but we're going to have to see how it all blends together. But I feel like one of the reasons, people ask this question and maybe feel like this is one of the better off seasons in recent memory is because it seems like there's a level of competency to the off season, not randomness. Right. So like getting Bellinelli, Rondo, it was just kind of random. Getting Zach Randolph, George, it was kind of random. It's like, the hell's going on here? I guess like, okay, whatever. This one, it was like, hey, we like the guys that we picked up. They played well for us down the stretch. Let's work on bringing them back. And it makes a little more sense to some people.
916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, you can jump in on the chat house too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Or you could do both like our man Poker Pro Eric does. Poker Pro, what's good, baby?
Poker Pro.
Hey guys, I'm actually on hold I was on hold watching the end of the Knicks and Pacers. Emmanuel quickly just scored 32 and 8 dimes in a summer league game.
Woo! That's my boy Emmanuel Quickly. I like that man.
And I think I should know this. I don't. But I think they play like 10-minute quarters too, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Is that's almost the equivalent of like a 40-point 10-assist game, basically over 48 minutes. That is pretty amazing. So,
I love summer league overreactions. They're the best.
Okay, well, I'll go, Kenny. Did you see our guy yesterday, Jalen Green?
I went back and watched it because after the London, I needed a full timeout. I didn't need a 20-second timeout. I needed a full timeout. So I missed all the game. I forgot the games were going on. I went back and watched Jalen Green. He looked exactly like I said he would. He looks like a superstar. He looks there's a bag that he has, and there's a fluidness to what he does that, to be quite honest with you, I didn't see from Cade Cunningham yesterday. Not saying Cade's going to be bad, but Jalen he's got a bag.
There's a video of his dunking and such, but he had some pull back threes and step back threes, and it's a bag. But I wanted to talk to you guys about the Sacramento issue. I think it was a fascinating topic because obviously I know no one's saying Sacramento's ever going to be LA or be New York, but OKC was an interesting topic. But unless you're like a second round or a undrafted free agent, these guys can afford to have fun and live any city, no matter where it is. And Sacramento, yeah, we have some crazy housing prices, but if you're a first round pick, you can still you can live in a nice little pad. And if you become somebody, I remember DeMarcus Cousins 4 years ago before he got moved out, or 3 years ago, whatever it was. He just bought a house in Granite Bay. He was dating a girl in Sacramento in Roseville that he wanted to stay for. And I think obviously he wanted that max contract, but you guys know he wasn't trying to leave Sacramento. He's from like Mississippi or something like that in the South. He's not a California kid. He wanted to live here like full time. So, if a guy like that wants to live here full time, I really believe he did. And I thought Shaq mentioned a bunch of other guys. And maybe once Coach Doug Christie's officially coached, you can ask him on the ESPN and ask him about living in Sac. He put his roots down here with his kids.
Yeah, no, absolutely. E, you feeling better, by the way?
I am. I'm actually working out right now at my home
gym
for the first time.
There you go.
That's something I can get out doing. But I'm a golfer, so I'm a bias. I have the financial ability to kind of live anywhere I want right now. But with the way golf is amazing. If you're a golfer, Sacramento is cheap. We have an abundance of golf courses and great weather. It's hard for me to ever want to leave Sacramento as a golf guy. That's the thing for me.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, man. We appreciate you. Thanks, Poker Pro, as always.
That's not my bag.
Oh, well, we're going to be at Topgolf this
That
weekend.
is my bag.
Poker Pro hitting us with the segue here is we're going to be out at Topgolf this weekend from 8 to 12 for the D-Lo and Casey. Nope, we're not going to be there from 8 to 12. We're going to be there from 8 to 10. There could be some other things going on from 10 to 12. We'll get to that later. Topgolf, 8 o'clock. This weekend for the D-Lo and KC anniversary party. We're celebrating 1 year on the radio, and we're going to celebrate every damn year on the radio because you never know when that's going to be taken away. So we'll always celebrate 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, 20 years, whatever it may be. Hopefully it's the first of many. Of course, McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin is going to be out there with us. Our people from City Center Financial, they're going to be out there. Epsilon Sigma Roy Alumni Association. They have all been a big part. And then, of course, Topgolf. They have all been major parts of putting together this anniversary party for us. So we're thankful to all of them.
Topgolf definitely is my bag. When I don't have to pull out the 5-iron or 6-iron or whatever, is just let that thing rip. It's on and popping. I dare anybody to try to beat me on Saturday. I dare y'all. It ain't happening.
Yeah. Okay. So, you're listening to D-Lo and KC, by the way, on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey app, and ESPN 1320. Hang out with us. We're with you for the next 3 hours. You left London. You weren't exactly, fresh as a daisy when you left London. The blue had a heavy hand
sneak up
on Sunday afternoon, and responsible. The Queen Bee was there to make sure everybody. Queen Bee, first thing Jazz says to me, like, did you eat? Yeah, Jazz. I was like, I thought she meant there. I was like, no, you didn't eat before you came. I was like, no, Jazz, like, I ate before I got there. She was like, okay, because I had to make Kenny. I was like, oh, we got it, Mom. Like, we're all right.
Yeah, she had to make sure we was on it. Had to make sure we was on it.
listening to you talk, bruh, I'm concerned you're going to be leaving Topgolf in some discomfort. You're out there talking about, bro, if this isn't your bag, you've got to be. I don't want you out there swinging the golf club as hard as you can, thinking you're going to crush it out there onto 80.
Nah,
I got it. You're not as young as you used to be, fam. Like, I don't want you out there. I don't want you coming to the show on Monday like an old man talking about my neck, my back, my neck, and my back.
I mean, I got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here. You see, I'm still at a little G1C. You see, I'm still, I had a game. I'm gonna have a game the day before in the playoffs. We're in the playing game.
Little Staples Center, but that's
I guess Streets is out of their damn mind. That's what that is. But I heard. I got a playing game the day before. You know what I'm saying? El Grove softball, men's league. Shout out to my guys over there. You know what I'm saying? So the body's gonna be ready to go. The body's gonna be ready to go.
Okay.
And I understand. See, I don't go like Tiger, right? Tiger he would hit that driver and throw everything in his body in there. I know it's more about the mechanics of it all. You know what I mean? You just let the club do the work. I don't have to do the work. You let the club do the work.
Okay. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, I'll be ready to go. I'll be ready to go.
Okay.
One thing that I do have to work on is my ball tails to the right. Like it curves to the right when I hit it. I gotta straighten that thing out sometimes.
Think that has to. Well, we got to get Poker Pro out there. Like, Eric, you coming to Topgolf? Can you give us some lessons? Can you? Because that's yeah. I have not taken golfing lessons. I just put the ball down and try to gracefully swing. And like golf is fascinating because there are people who just get like so angry with it, but like they love it. Like, but one day can be phenomenal. The next day can be an absolute disaster. And all I want to do is just consistently hit the ball, no topping it, no grounders up the middle, no nothing like that. I just want to be able to gracefully pull the club back and just hear that. That's all I want. That's all I want, man.
You getting in the game on Saturday?
Of course I'm getting. What you mean? I am the game. What you mean I'm getting in the game? I am the game. Triple H 1999, baby. Come on now. Yeah, I'm gonna be out there, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. We've got some business to attend to while we're out there, man. But we're gonna have some fun. That is,
yes, indeed,
for sure.
Ramsey says golf is a humbling game. I bet it is.
Right here.
I don't need to be humbled. I know I'm not that good at golf, but I'm good at Topgolf.
Okay. And how many times?
Difference.
No doubt. How many times have you been to golf? Have you been to Topgolf?
Like a handful of times.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have fun this weekend, and we hope you can. We hope that you can come join us. Jason Anderson, you mentioned him a couple of moments ago. We talked to Jason. Obviously, we talked to him on the air regularly, but we were talking to him at the California Classic last week. And he was telling us about this story he was putting together about, the Kings' interest in Pascal Siakam. And more specifically, he was talking about Toronto's interest in trading Pascal Siakam. And he wrote that story today that's available in the Sacramento Bee. Most of you will get it online. But if you're like Kenny, just walk to the end of your driveway and you can get up the 2-page newspaper that comes to your door or comes to your driveway, I should say. And it's funny when I go for a walk in the morning, I see there's a newspaper at one of the houses like every day, and I think, God, like I'm passing Kenny's house like every day. I found another subscriber.
We're still out here. We're still standing. I'm still strong.
I wouldn't say you're still strong, but I'd say you're definitely still standing. Oh, the thing that stood out the most to me, and this is what we were really talking about in depth with Jason at the California Classic last week, as it pertains to Pascal Siakam, is he writes, this is a direct quote from his article today: the Kings, Golden State Warriors, and Los Angeles Clippers are said to be particularly enamored with Siakam. A trade is possible, but not likely. This is coming from a source in Toronto. A trade is possible, but not likely, the source said, adding Siakam has no desire to be moved despite the possibility of a rebuilding situation in Toronto. And he mentioned that to us the other day, and I thought, oh, that's That's fascinating because we had already seen a report earlier this year that said Siakam's done in Toronto. He doesn't want to be back.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the Deshaun. Remember, Deshaun Watson was done in Houston, and we were speculating whether he would show up. Now, obviously circumstances changed with him, but that's the way it was written. Siakam's done in Toronto. He doesn't want to go back. Well, this certainly paints an entirely different picture. Now it's not up to Pascal Siakam whether he's moved or not, but I do think there is something to be said for the fact that he doesn't have a desire to be moved, and perhaps that makes him more valuable to Toronto, because if you're Toronto and you and who did I just say there? Sacramento, Golden State, and Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
They know Siakam wants out. I don't know that necessarily affects your leverage a little bit, especially when you got three teams that are all, according to Jason Anderson, enamored with him. But now you might actually have to pry him away from Toronto. I think that strengthens Toronto's case a little bit. That strengthens their negotiating ability a little bit. If Siakam does have a desire to stay in Toronto, it's like the thing with Dame Lillard we were talking about, or with Bradley Beal earlier. If you want Bradley Beal, don't wait for Bradley Beal to ask out. Go get him. Like, if you want him on your team, go get him now. Don't wait for things to blow up and a whole bunch of teams start putting trade packages together. If you have a desire to go get Siakam, okay, like put together some offers here and let's see what happens.
There's a couple things going on for me. Number one, I look at you talk about Toronto, feeling like they have a little more leverage and control if Siakam is saying that he wants to stay. Mm-hmm. Well, I just look at Toronto. I'm like, well, what are you doing? Like, what we know how this is going to end. You're not going to turn this thing around and be in the Eastern Conference Finals with Pascal Siakam on this squad. Not next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
Why
we
not?
all know, because they ain't got no room. They've already put the future in front of them. Getting Scotty Barnes, having OG Anunoby out there, like they're not. He's not going to, when the things turn around, he's not going to be there.
Okay.
So, you can, kind of, this is what I say all the time, and I don't know if it's necessarily that, but you can sucker somebody into overpaying for him right now, or you can play this little charade and keep him around and get less than what you're going to get for him in the future, moving forward. Because the longer he stays on that team, the more the eventual price is going to go down. Like, if the Kings are saying, Bagley, Hield, 2 first, whether it's a pick, one of them is a pick swap, whatever. Bagley, Hield, 2 first. You're not getting that next year or at the deadline, or once we see basketball being played and everybody knows, Siakam's got to go because Barnes is ready to play, or they got to pay OG. You're not getting that. The price once this gets out, the price can only go down from here. Same thing we talk about with Dame Lillard.
Once what gets out, though?
This whole trade, he wants out. Oh no, he doesn't. He didn't want out. We can see right through that. He's not. Once you draft,
you think Siakam wants out?
What? I'll tell you this. Once they drafted Scotty Barnes, the price went down. Because you can tell me whatever you want, but you had an opportunity to get a small forward. You could have got Kuminga. You could have got a point guard there. You went for Scotty Barnes to pair up with OG. That tells me you're planning for life after Pascal Siakam. Whether you want to plan for it this season or this summer or not, I mean, I don't know that. You could be stubborn all you want to, but you're planning for life after Siakam at some point. That told me what I needed to know. Because you went out of your way to do that, actually. You didn't have to go get Scotty Barnes. You went out of your way to go do that. You're planning for life after Siakam.
What do you mean they went out of their way? Because they drafted him a slot earlier than we thought?
Yeah.
I mean, because he went 4 instead of, I think everyone thought top 4 was locked.
Mm-hmm.
And Scotty was a given for 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it turned out Scotty went 4th. And
yep,
the top 5 teams or the top 5 names were locked. It's just the 4 and the 5 wound up being flipped.
Yep. Now, and so that's why I look at it from Toronto. From the Kings, I look at it like this. Like, if we can make a deal happen, that's great. I want to make that happen. I don't have to have Pascal Siakam.
Do the Warriors have a better, because I don't feel like the Clippers have anything to offer anybody, to be honest, unless you're trading Paul George, which obviously you're not doing. Do the Warriors have a more attractive trade proposal than Sacramento would?
Yeah, if they're willing to pull the trigger for what it's going to take. If I'm dealing with the Warriors, if I'm anybody dealing with the Warriors, you can't talk to me unless one of them boys from this year or Wiseman is in the deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if they put one of those guys on the table, they have an attractive package to make it happen.
I'm fine with that.
But yeah,
you lose me.
Mandatory.
You lose me when you get to two. But you got to give up one, and that's non-negotiable. You got to give up one. If I'm Golden State, you probably lose me if you get to two of the young guys. And I'm including Wiseman in the conversation with the guys drafted this year.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we come back. Because if I'm dealing with Golden State, I might have to ask for two of the three.
You can ask. You can ask. But I'm saying if I'm Golden State, I ain't doing it. Unless you're confident unless you think, well, we're going to put one over on these guys because this dude ain't ready. And this dude might never be ready. Unless you've seen something that other people haven't seen. Right now, if I'm the Warriors, I wouldn't do it. But let's talk more about it. We'll come back. Twitch, YouTube, check us out, the Odyssey app, 13:20 a.m. We've got a lot more ahead, including this conversation on the Kings. We've got preseason football for your San Francisco. The first step towards number 6.
Yes, sir.
Starts this weekend.
Yes, sir. I got thoughts about the Niners. Let's go.
I know you do. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man,
De'Aaron used to live not like I think he was living not far from where I live right now. When he was a rookie. I think after his rookie year he moved away from here. But well, he used to live in Elk Grove, Laguna, I think.
Didn't Willie live? Did Willie live out there? Or he lived in Roseville? I feel like Willie lived in Roseville. I can't remember. Because I feel like Zoo lived out in the Roseville area.
That's one thing we do know, Jesse. We know where these players live out here.
Ron used to live in both. Ron had lived in Loomis, and I think he lived in Natomas. The only reason I know he lived in Natomas is because he had a race car that he would drive to the arena sometimes on game days. Like I would be leaving for I'd see Ron in a race car. Like a real race car. It's not like
race car?
Like like one of the other types of race cars. Like the one like it looked like a Hot Wheel. Like a legit, like it not a NASCAR, but like the other types of race cars. He had one. I don't even think it's legal to drive on the street. But he didn't, he only had to drive up Del Paso, make the turn, and he was right there at the arena.
Round of funny.
Can we appreciate everybody hitting the thumbs up? Can we get 16 more? Can we get to them triple digits, man? Let's get to them triple digits. Oh, look at that. We had 1.06. We on our way to 1.1, baby. Let's go.
Hey, I see our guy Frank Mason 916 back in the house.
Well, hey, Frankie, baby.
I can't. I'm definitely not going to put it on the screen, but I saw it earlier. He had a Frank Mason 916 authentic comment.
Yeah.
I was cracking up. I said, that boy Frank Mason back.
Frankie, baby, come in and make an impact. Hey, hold up. Look who else is back.
Oh, hey.
Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go.
Y'all want to be famous.
Y'all want to be famous? Go and click on that. Let's go. 11 more, fam. Let's get to triple digits. Did I see? Oh, look at
Jesse,
who's here.
They're all on it. De'Aaron used to live in Laguna West. Then he moved to my old neighborhood in Folsom. Now he's somewhere in Carmichael.
Look at this dude right here.
Hey,
this dude's 5 days away from freedom. He's 4 days away from freedom. It's like the end of his sentence is coming up, and he's just counting. He's just counting down the days before he can before he can step outside for fresh air again.
I was about to sing a song, but can't sing that song because of the guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Storm is over. Ever heard that song?
Yeah.
I ain't singing that song.
Yeah. Let's get to 100 before the commercial breaks over. 7 more. That's all we need. 7 more. Matt, did you hit the thumbs up? We're gonna get Matt on the show. We should have Matt on the show Friday.
Yeah, right. Eric R. He is. I think he's on the 99 side. And to be honest with you, I don't think they're there anymore. To be honest with you.
Hit us up on Twitter, indeed. Hit us up on Twitch. Hit us up on YouTube. Just hang out with us, man. We love having you. We'll talk a lot about the Kings today. Is their first summer league game. It's today at 3:00. We'll do a little watch along together. It's going to be on TV, but there won't be any coverage of it anywhere else. So we've got you covered, man. We'll talk Kings basketball here today, baby. We'll talk some football as well. We've got some quick hits coming up from over the weekend. The Olympics are over. Okay. I didn't have a feeling about it until I realized it was over. Now I got a feeling on it. So
okay, I like to hear this because
I'll pat ditto. Same. I joked about. You mentioned Isaiah Thomas, by the way. Did you see he dropped 81 in a pro-am game or something like that?
I think he haven't seen. Oh no, he in the Drew League. I think he in the Drew League. Yeah.
Okay.
Woo. Isaiah can still go. He can definitely still go.
Dropped 81. What's the conversion rate between 81 in the Drew League versus 80 plus in the league in China?
Man,
because I think we converted the 80 to like 7 in the NBA. So what would the conversion for the Drew League be?
Well, I don't know because we're about to find out because Jimmer's back.
Jimmer's back where?
He's on somebody's summer league roster.
Jimmer's a summer league staple.
Jimmer is back.
Jimmer's.
I forgot what team it was, but I saw he's back. What is it? OKC? No, I don't think it's OKC.
Oh gosh, I hope for his sake it's not.
Yeah, but he's back, so we'll find out.
Man, sure. Well, good luck, Jimmer. Like, what would it matter? Like, Jimmer could average like 40 in the summer league.
That's what they said. As somebody said, Denver. I don't know if it's Denver. A couple people said the Nuggets. I thought it was somebody else, but yeah, Jimmer back.
Jimmer could average 45 in the summer league and not be on a roster next year. I don't think anybody buys it anymore.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I still feel like there's a place for if there's a place for Duncan Robinson in the NBA. Why can't there be a place for Jimmer? Now, dude, Duncan's probably like 4 inches taller than Jimmer, so maybe that has something to do with it. But
how long ago was Jimmer draft? Like, at what point do you just go, "Hey, it didn't work out"?
Well, seems like now.
It is weird. It's weird that a guy who can score like that just doesn't have a place in the league. Or I guess and I guess that's the bulk of the issue. Maybe he can't score like that. He can only score like that in overseas. Yeah. Isaiah is a little bit more perplexing. Like, I thought Isaiah played well in the limited time that he was. Isaiah's always been a head scratching thing to me. Like, whether it was Sacramento or Phoenix, like, it was just place after place after place where you started looking at it like, yo, is something wrong with Isaiah? Like, does Isaiah got some bad vibes? And like, I've never heard anyone suggest anything along those lines.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand. People are telling us now that Jimmer is not playing in Summer League. He opted out. He left 2 days ago. It was a busy weekend, okay? But I know that he was on the Summer League roster at one point.
So Jimmer's at the point in his career where he's like, wait, I could average 40 in the Summer League and still not wind up on a roster. I'm out of here.
I even look at Jimmer and people are like, oh, he couldn't get his own shot off or whatever. There are plenty of guys like they could just catch and shoot. Like, I mean, I think he's better, he's taller, whatever. But Buddy Hield out here shooting nothing but threes all day. Jimmer could do that.
More likely to make an NBA, more likely to make a roster. Jimmer or Tim Tebow?
Well, that's a trick question because Tim Tebow is probably more likely to make a roster. Jimmer is way better at basketball than Tim Tebow is at football.
Agreed.
But Tebow will. He got the right people behind him. He got the right people that want to give him a chance. So he would get on a roster before Jimmer.
And nobody can BS the media like Urban Meyer can. So when he puts Tim Tebow on his final roster, he can go to the podium and explain why he did it and be full of crap. We'll all know he'll be full of crap, and no one will care.
Yeah,
because it's Urban Meyer. Shout out to the Kings who give a big thank you to Hassan Whiteside today on social media, which is just fantastic. Like, I feel like we collectively, people listening, chat house, you, me, ESPN, I feel like we did more for the Sacramento Kings than Hassan Whiteside did. And they ain't said us a thank you. They ain't said, hey, thanks to the, D'Lo and Casey, thanks to the chat house, thanks to the listeners of ESPN 1320. But Hassan Whiteside got a social media thank you. I mean, that's a classy organization. They're just doling out thank yous to everybody.
We need a thank you, Vivek, Martina.
We need
a thank you.
Whoa.
I'm saying names. I need
wow.
I'm saying names.
What? It happened. It happened.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Caraway. Why did you bring up that name?
I don't know. I don't know if.
Okay. Ooh.
I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
All right, that's one. We got two more. You know what happens when it's said twice? You know what happens when it's said 3 times? Facts. She'll add shit with the everyone pray for KC.
Hey.
We might not make it to the year anniversary party at Topgolf.
Hey, man, Bernie Mac. I ain't afraid of y'all.
You didn't say anything. You just said we wanted to thank you.
That's all.
That's all right.
That's all.
We did.
She can come to Topgolf on Saturday. She can
come on, D'Lo and Casey.
Yeah, she's more than welcome.
She follows me on IG. I'll shoot her a little DM. Like, hey, come hang out with us. We got some questions. Come talk with us. But here's the thing: Michael Corleone wasn't granting interviews, so hey, what's the worst she could say? She could leave me on. She could leave me on scene. Just ignore it. So, I'm always down to reach out though. Shoot, we'll have anyone on the show who could talk with us. We got preseason football coming up this week. We got Summer League coming up in about an hour and a half. We'll talk a lot more about the Kings as the day progresses. We've got preseason football coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, man.
The San Francisco 49ers will take the field for the first time. Man, Vegas likes San Francisco. ESPN's Pro Football Index, they like San Francisco.
We out
Does
here.
that make you nervous? Is that a good thing or a bad thing that there seems to be a groundswell of okay, we see what's going on here. Team healthy. You've got to. You might be running with Jimmy, but we believe that you got a backup here. People seem to be into it. They seem to be digging it.
I mean, I'm looking at it like this. I don't want any respect right now. if I'm the 49ers. Don't show me no respect. I want everybody to look at the quarterback situation, say Jimmy is trash. I want more Ramseys out there who say, hey, this is a 5-win team. I want more guys like that out there. I don't want no respect. I just want us to go out there and do work, keep our head to the ground, and just win. Go one. What Russell Wilson always say: go 1-0 each week. That's it. Don't show us no respect.
I actually love that saying. I love that saying.
It is pretty good. I
love that.
Yeah. No, it's some good stuff. But that's all I want. That's all I want. Because I'm telling you, I'm gonna take you guys into the intel. I look at the Niners.
Ooh.
I'm in the lab right now looking at the Niners.
Getting ready for the Kenny Caraway pregame show.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this team kind of loaded, bro. They kind of loaded. They're loaded with people that we know.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they're good for finding people that we're not even familiar with almost each year. So with the people that we know, they're loaded. They gonna have some diamonds in the roughs this season that we don't even know right now, Damien. We're gonna come in here week 5 and they're gonna be like, yo, what's my man's name? Schofield. We had never heard of this guy in August. We weren't familiar with Schofield in August. And now look at him. Is he Trey Lance's number 1 receiver? I'm just saying. They always find him diamond in the roughs.
So we're just gonna brush past River Craycraft?
I don't know if he's with us this year.
Oh, that would be a shame. Like he's getting married. Like he's got to. Didn't he get engaged?
I think he did. He did. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. Jawan Jennings may pop up in there. Yeah, I know Jawan Jennings, but the general public aren't relying on Jawan Jennings. What if Jalen Hurd can actually stay healthy and play? Yo, this team is stacked, bro. I looked at it today and I said, look, I'm not putting it right now. I'm not putting any notions on it or anything like that. I'm not saying, hey, they definitely need to win the division or nothing like that. But I looked at it today and I said, I'd be highly disappointed, even more than Bobby Marks about the Sacramento Kings. I'd be highly disappointed if the Kings weren't a playoff team this year. I ain't the 49ers, excuse me. I'd be highly disappointed. Both. You're right.
Both.
100%.
It'd be both.
100%.
It'd be
But
both.
Looking at the 49ers, if they weren't in the playoffs this year in some form or fashion, highly disappointed. Because this roster's nice. This roster is nice.
It is, and it's contingent though on being healthy.
Yes.
Not
absolutely.
that the depth is bad, but keeping the key pieces healthy. We haven't really talked about this. We've spent a massive amount of time talking about the Sacramento Kings. There's basically been no NBA offseason this year because the offseason has just been flooded with news. So there are a lot of different things that we haven't really got to talk about. But how big of a plus is it that D Ford is out on the practice field every day? I
mean, if he was going to be there, it's a huge plus.
I mean, because we were kind of under the assumption, look, don't factor him into anything. You got to factor Nick. What's his number? 97.
Yeah.
You got to factor 97 in.
Yeah.
You got to factor 97 into anything. He's too important. You got to factor in George Kittle. He's too important. You got to factor in a quarterback, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance. Too important. Man, D Ford would be a really nice acquisition. And I say acquisition because we were operating under the assumption he's not going to be there. He's not going to play. Hell, we were pushing for retirement a year ago. If he's good to go, man, that's a huge plus for this team.
It's a huge plus. I'm not relying. Like I said, I'm not relying on D Ford. I'm not expecting anything from D Ford until, I don't know, probably like February 15th, 2022. Every week I'm like, no, the bubble's going to burst soon. It's going to burst. Yeah, he got 3 sacks. That's cool. He'll be hurt.
But if you
I don't even want to get myself involved in D Ford right now. And that's no disrespect. Now I like D Ford, but I can't get invested in him being there every week.
If you get half a season, no, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about give me how many is it 17 games? I'm not talking about giving 17 games to D Ford. You get 8. You get 9. You get 10. You get somewhere around there. You get half the season from D Ford. No catastrophic injuries. Hell, maybe we see the first ever load managed football player. Yo, that could be huge for San Francisco.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. The D line, you got a D line of 97, Armstead, Kinlaw, D Ford. Run it. They can interchange. I was talking to Bonte and Butcher. They were down there at 49er practice. They said, yo, this defensive line goes about 10 deep with the people that they can get in and out of there. So it's not going to just be the one guy, making waves. You can do a little bit of load management. Only bring in D Ford on third down passing situations like, yo, go get the quarterback. Situations like that. I'm just saying, look, I need more of this. So I need a guy Ramsey getting in the chat. He says, San Francisco isn't better than the Rams off top, and they're just below Seattle and Arizona, in my opinion, currently constructed. I need more of that. That's what you asked me what I wanted. I need more of that. Please give me more of that. I don't want nobody saying that we're going to be any good. I don't want nobody predicting us to make the playoffs. I want more Ramses out there that say they ain't no good. They're going to be in last place. That's what I need.
You want something that is just blatantly wrong. Okay, like I'm with it. Like, I mean, let me read through Ramsey's remark here. San Francisco isn't better than the Rams off the top. They're just below Seattle and Arizona. So San Francisco is the 4th place team?
Yeah,
am I reading this right?
And we're the worst team in the NFC West. Yes. I need more of that. I don't want no pro football focus. I don't want no pro football talk. I don't want none of that. I want all Ramsey. Hey, NFL Live, hire Ramsey just for this NFL season because I need more of his analysis of the 49ers. And I'm gonna just be like, it's whatever.
Okay. Because I sorely disagree. The Arizona to me is a good team. They're a really, really good 4th place team right now. Maybe the best 4th place team in the entire league. That's what Arizona is right now. Seattle, I got questions. I think Russell Wilson is too good for Seattle to be too bad, but I have questions. The Rams, we could fire off these hot takes about the Los Angeles Rams if we want to. The fact is they're a massive question mark because Matt Stafford is a massive question mark. We can say, oh, he's finally on a better team, or he's finally on an the offensive mastermind that is Sean McVay. Like, God forbid the Rams start out 4-0, 5-0. All you're going to hear, you ain't going to hear about Matt Stafford. You're going to hear about how Sean McVay resurrected Matt Stafford. Could you imagine if Matt Stafford had played with a mind like Sean McVay his entire career? Sean McVay is constantly going to be the focus of conversation for the Los Angeles Rams. They're an unknown because of Matt Stafford. Like right now, Matt Stafford and Jared Goff, you can argue which one. Oh, he's better. He's much better. He's significantly better. He's a little bit better. You could argue the same. You could all do all of this different stuff. We have no idea how Matt Stafford is going to settle in with the Los Angeles Rams. Now, I'm one of the guys who believes Matt Stafford's got a big arm. I think he's very, very capable, and I do think they're going to do well, and I think it's going to be the Rams and the 49ers battling it out at the top of that division. But to put them in 4th place, love me some Ramsey, but that's a take there.
I think Stafford is going to be good with the Rams. I think the Rams are good. I love their defense. Just being objective, like their defense is nasty. They make plays. I like Jalen Ramsey. That defense is tough, right? If I had to pick today, I'd probably pick the Rams to win the NFC West. The only thing that worries me about the Niners in a passing league is their secondary. That's what worries me. The Rams don't have that. I think that Rams defense is ready right now. So I would pick, just objectively speaking, the Rams to win the NFC West today. But, Ramsey and others think the Niners may be worse than the second best team. They may be the worst team in the NFC West. I love it. I love it. I need more of that.
My man Mac Irvin says Seattle is the most likely to be 4th in the West. Unfortunately, I know he's a Seahawks fan. They're boom or bust.
I think holdouts.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think Seattle, he says they're boom or bust. I think they could be boom and bust. It's just a question of whether the boom or the bust is going to come first. They're a team that I could see reeling off 6 of 7 and then losing 5 of 7. Like I think that's the, that's the team that they are. And with Russell Wilson back there, they're like 35-31. Like those are the types of games that they're going to be losing. They're going to be in it offensively every game because of Russell Wilson. If he's healthy, they're going to be in it every game. But their defense isn't going to be able to.
I don't think,
especially dealing with holdouts. They're not going to be able to keep up.
I don't think the offensive line is going to be good enough. I don't think the running game is going to be good enough in Seattle. So, yeah, they're gonna have issues. I look at the Niners versus the Rams, and as much as I give them respect and acknowledge that they're good, our man ZZ Sickness says the Niners swept the Rams last year with Nick Mullins for the second game. They always beat the Rams. It ain't gonna be no different this year. They ain't gonna handle the Rams. I'm not worried about that at all. And whether it's Jimmy G or Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan love smacking around Sean McVay, and he gonna do the same thing this year.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that.
And I'm gonna tell you this: we love kicking Aaron Donald's ass. We love doing that. That's gonna happen so many times this year. Aaron Donald about to have a 2-tackle, no sack game against the Niners, like he always does.
Go ahead and just bookmark this, Jesse, for later in the year. You mentioned Jimmy G or Trey Lance. Jimmy G seemed to have a pretty good good couple of days of practice.
Yeah, Jimmy G. And this is something that was going on over the weekend. It was almost Roy Jones. You must have forgot. Jimmy G's not a scrub. I don't care what the people try to make him out to be. He's not a scrub. He's an average to above average quarterback. So when you talk about, oh, Jimmy is just, there's no way they're going to start, they're going to trade him or what, all this other stuff. Don't act like if they went with Jimmy, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm just saying in general. Don't act like if they decided to go with Jimmy, all is lost. Jimmy's
not at all.
He can play.
Mm-hmm.
He can play. He can absolutely play. And I know in that open practice, I didn't even know they were having an open practice on Saturday. I don't think I would have went. I know I wouldn't have went. But that was a good opportunity to see everybody. It looked like maybe Kyle was stacking the decks, according to what some people were saying, for Jimmy to have a successful practice where he was going up against the defensive starters who I think they had 7 of the starters out. He got all the reps with the Kittles or most of the reps with the Kittles and Debos and things of that nature. And they were setting him up to look good. And that had a lot to do with it. But hey, Jimmy, like I said, y'all must have forgot. I'm not saying he's top 5. I'm telling you though, he isn't at the very least above average quarterback, and he can play.
I don't disagree with you at all. Especially the assessment of he's about an average quarterback.
Average to above average.
Okay, 15, 16. 15 would technically be above average. So fine, I'll give you that. Now I think you're. I think you
can get to 12 with Jimmy.
Without running through the entire league, that feels like a little bit of a reach.
That might be a ceiling.
The ceiling is the roof, and that may very well be it. It could be. Thankfully, Levi Stadium doesn't have a roof on it, so he could blow past that. But that's going to bring us into another conversation that I want to have, which is way too long to have in a short period of time. So I'm going to hit you with a couple of things because we're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance is out there, and it's pretty. I think Kyle even said this after the draft, and I honestly can't remember if he said it before the draft or after they traded for the pick, because it was pretty clear, and I think they acknowledged as much, and everyone knew, and I appreciate them not insulting people's intelligence. They were drafting a quarterback. He said, obviously, Kansas City is the model. But obviously, we'd be in a great position if we could draft the quarterback, groom him for a year, have them sit for a year, let Jimmy Garoppolo play the Alex Smith role, and then, go on about their business. Jimmy Garoppolo is under contract next year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is.
The belief is they're going to move on from him one way or another and allow him to go sign somewhere else, and Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback. And we've all been under the assumption that this is the way to do things because it worked out with Patrick Mahomes. And I can't get over how idiotic that whole thing feels.
What?
This whole assessment of we got to do things the Patrick Mahomes way, because it's not just Trey Lance that we've heard this about. We've been hearing this now for a couple of years. We've been hearing this since the ascension of Patrick Mahomes. And most teams who draft a quarterback, particularly in the first round, who have someone who has the capability of being a high-end starter, they don't have an Alex Smith in their position. And Alex Smith at the time of the drafting of Patrick Mahomes was better than Jimmy Garoppolo is right now. So I think there's a conversation to be had here. I'd go a step further. I'm not trying to be all Skip Bayless here or Stephen A. Smith, or I'm not trying to hit you with a Max Kellerman. I want Iguodala. But I think this Patrick Mahomes model, if it's not one of the worst things to happen to the NFL, it's one of the stupidest things to happen to the NFL. And I'll explain.
Okay.
I will give you a full thought out explanation why, and I want to hear your thoughts on that. We'll talk more about the San Francisco 49ers. And the NBA is launching a tampering investigation.
Uh-oh.
Who saw this coming? Everybody. Everybody saw this coming. We'll talk about that as well as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I want Iguodala.
I love that. I love that.
I want Iguodala.
Iguodala.
Oh yeah, I seen his little. I seen his video.
We're hiring a graphic designer. Oh man.
Who, the Kings?
Yeah. Shoot, we need a good graphic designer. Our Instagram page sucks because your boy is not good at that stuff. No bueno. Hey, by the way, somebody applied for that. I was pleased to hear this morning that somebody applied for that position that's posted on ESPN 1320. Mr. Ramsey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, hey, okay.
I like to hear.
Uh-huh. I like it.
I like to hear that a lot more than his football takes.
You could be talking with Ramsey.
I'm just saying, right?
You could be telling you his football takes.
Oh, it'll be called the 10th inning. That's what the show's gonna be called.
Oh my gosh. It's gonna be the days that I ain't here. Yeah. Man.
I think the Cardinals are
oh no, I don't think so.
Dysfunctional.
Real? Oh, I don't think that.
They've got some issues going on there that I've read over the summer. I think the book is out on Kyler. That second half of the season, I think that's going to continue.
I don't think that I don't think Arizona's bad. I just think the West is really good. That's what I mean. I think they'll be the best fourth place team in the league.
I'm not. Nah. Arizona, they got some good people in the offseason too. But Kingsbury, I think the book is out on him. I think the book is out on Kyler. And
I drink this whole thing, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with me today.
I think that's what's going to happen this year. They're not going to sneak up on nobody this year.
I need this 13th round to sneak up because I don't know what's wrong with me. That bottle's empty already. This is cool. Elena Deladon says Russell Westbrook will come in and rebound for her. She was coming back from injury.
That's awesome.
Deladon's bad, man. She is.
That was one of my favorites.
She is bad.
She's definitely one of my favorites.
No role models, and we here right now. Breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports better. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today. Speaking of betting, Shaq has teamed up with the Win, and now he has to sell his stake in the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, I mean, I don't know why we got to clear our throat.
There's no reason to press that button.
He had a stake in the Kings.
Allegedly, he had a stake in the Kings. He's photographed one time in like a Kings like polo or something, and it's like, okay. I'm still waiting for him to make a pro out of DeMarcus Cousins. Isn't that the big thing? I'm gonna teach DeMarcus Cousins how to be a pro, how to be an NBA player. A word? Oh, man.
Who didn't he know was on the Kings this year? Wasn't it Harrison Barnes? Who was it?
I believe it was Rashawn. I think it was Rashawn Holmes.
Well, I'm glad that.
I don't think he knew who Rashawn Holmes was.
I'm glad that charade is over.
Yes, me too.
I mean, I didn't have a problem. I didn't have as much of a problem as everybody else, but I mean, he had nothing to do with it.
I didn't have a problem with it. I just felt like it was dumb. I've seen Dwayne Wade at more Jazz games than I've seen Shaq at Kings games.
Don't get me started.
It's good. Like they throw Shaq out there in front of the Sports Center cameras next to Vivek. Comes out on opening night at the Golden One Center, ain't been seen or heard from again. Oh, that's my Sacramento Kings team. Get out of here. I'm with you. I like Shaq. I'm glad that nonsense is over. Let's just give that the full Undertaker treatment and move on.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how many more times D Wade is at the Jazz games.
I'll be at the playoff games.
You know how I feel about D Wade.
Okay.
What they used to call Edge? What they used to call?
The rated R superstar.
Oh, the other one. The ultimate opportunist.
The ultimate opportunist. Yeah. Yes, the first to cash in money at the bank at New Year's Revolution. That's where that
D Wade got a little edge in him.
He got a little edge in him. He's the ultimate opportunist. I like it. That's a good call right there. Speaking of 13th round coming up on the 2:13 commercial break over on Twitch and YouTube. The house show coming up at 2:43. We got shows within the shows. We've got on Twitch and YouTube, we got 4 different shows. We got D-Lo and KC. We got the 13th round.
Yeah.
We got the house show.
Yep.
And then we got the City Center Financial post show. Okay. I'm saying it pays to watch.
Popping, bro. We got it popping over here.
So I had mentioned before the break, before we get back to basketball, and we'll really start diving into the Kings here in the 2:00 hour as well. Summer League getting underway here in a little bit. I had told you that I think the Patrick Mahomes model that everyone likes to use or says they want to use is one of the dumbest things that's happened to professional football. Because for for me, what it frames is, and obviously no one has the answers to any of this. It frames it all as Patrick Mahomes model. It worked out, perfectly for the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, let's look at some of the things that the Kansas City Chiefs had. They had a phenomenal head coach. They had a great football team.
Mm-hmm.
They had a quarterback who that year had a career year. So you had those three things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they made the decision to draft Patrick Mahomes, which told you something about what that organization thought about Patrick Mahomes in college, and made the decision at some point during that year, this is Alex Smith's last year with us, and Patrick Mahomes is going to be our quarterback. Doesn't matter what Alex Smith does. What you're framing all of this as is, well, if you just do what Kansas City did, you too could have a Patrick Mahomes. The quarterback that you drafted in the first round, Trey Lance, could be Patrick Mahomes just because he set out this year. Let me ask you something. Would Patrick Mahomes not be Patrick Mahomes if he played his rookie year?
I think that he would have still been Patrick Mahomes.
So this whole thing about doing it the Kansas City Chiefs way, and this came to my attention, by the way, this wasn't just something I, festered about over the weekend. Peter King wrote about it. He wrote about the Patrick Mahomes model in Football Morning in America this morning. And I'm like reading it like, okay, like I get it. But framing it as this patch, this is the universal way to do things, because it used to be, well, you don't start quarterbacks right out the gate. And it wasn't 1 year, it was like a couple of years. And now we're talking about like John Kitna starting over guys. And now we're talking about, Nick Mullins starting over guys just because they're rookies. You don't throw them out there. That's all been deaded. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. If your rookie quarterback gives you the best opportunity to win, you play them. And that's why for me with Kyle Shanahan, it's like, I felt like they did everything right. The San Francisco 49ers did everything right until we got to training camp and they started there's no quarterback competition. No, Jimmy's our quarterback. Jimmy's our guy. There's no competition here. And now all of a sudden, Trey Lance is getting first team reps. Now we've got Trey. No. Trey Lance is going to see the field. We're going to put together packages for Trey Lance. It's clear to me, in my opinion, I should say, Kyle Shanahan knows who the better quarterback is. And it's not Jimmy Garoppolo. And he's riding with this thing that we have to do it the way that Andy Reid did it. We have to do it the way that the Kansas City Chiefs did it, because look at what came out of it. Patrick Mahomes came out of it. If we're just patient, we know Jimmy G is solid. Jimmy G is good. We know if we wait, Jimmy G can absolutely be Alex Smith in this situation. We know if we wait, if Jimmy G is Alex Smith, that means Trey Lance is Patrick Mahomes. All we got to do is wait a year, and then we got Patrick Mahomes. No, that's stupid. If Trey Lance gives you the best opportunity to win right now, because you might not have all of the things that Kansas City had on their side the year that Alex Smith was the starting quarterback, you've got to start Trey Lance. Week 1, you've got to start him. That's why I think this whole Patrick Mahomes model is stupid, because it doesn't work for everybody. Kansas City was a really, really good team. Not everybody has the ability to draft their next quarterback and have a good quarterback, a really good quarterback on a really good football team at the same time.
So when I hear that, I understand what you're saying. To me, the most important thing is you need to make sure you have the infrastructure, and more specifically, you have the offensive line. And the Niners had big holes in that offensive line last year. They got Alex Mack. They re-signed Trent Williams. We don't know what's going on with McGlinchey. We don't know what's going on the guard on both. Well, Laken Tomlinson's on the left guard spot. The right guard still kind of up in the air. That is why you, in my opinion, should be cautious with Trey Lance, because we've seen it before where you throw out a guy. Now, mind you, this Niners team is way better than this other Niners team that I'm about to bring up. But we've seen the situation in Alex Smith's rookie year, where they put him out there. Hey, he's a rookie. Just put him out there. And he might have been ready if he had a better team around him. That team was awful, and he got destroyed. And his confidence
But you
got
said
destroyed.
yourself, that's not fair. You just said yourself, like, you can't compare those two. Like, this isn't the 0-16 Detroit Lions that just drafted Trey Lance.
No, but that offensive line was suspect last year. More than suspect. They just weren't good last year for the 49ers. And I would not put Trey Lance behind that offensive line until I was comfortable with it. That's really the biggest thing, because it's not about, Trey Lance is gonna be better because he sits. Mm-hmm. It's about, I don't want to set him up for failure.
So if you still have concerns about the offensive line right now and their ability to protect Trey Lance, this 49ers team isn't as good as we think it is.
But that's not what I'm saying. This is going on the timeline that you're talking about. You're saying before, when they first got there, it was Jimmy Garoppolo's a starter, no doubt about it. Like, don't even worry about it. Because you came in with, all right, let me see what's going on with this offensive line. You've seen Lance, and maybe now you've seen the offensive line. And you're like, oh, okay. They're both pretty good. Well, now I know we've seen a couple weeks, and now Trey Lance is going to see the field. Trey Lance could play.
Then don't make these proclamations then. That's the thing that's bothering me is Kyle Shanahan's proclamations about there not being a quarterback competition. How are you going to shut the door on? How do you backtrack on that?
Simple. Trey Lance is our starter week one. That simple.
And that's what it should be. That's 100% what it should be. But I don't like. Is his ego? Would his ego allow him to do that? Barring an injury or something going wrong, would he go out there and say, you know what, I got this wrong?
You come out like that, I think, because you set the tone that, Jimmy's the quarterback. Trey would have to go above and beyond to do that. And if he performs on that level, okay, now I got the right to go back on that, because he went. Hell, when you started training camp, this wasn't we didn't have a blank spot at quarterback one. It was Jimmy Garoppolo. He's quarterback one. Now, can he be terrible and Trey Lance play great all August and he's still going to be quarterback number one? No, nobody's saying that. But if you're filling out the depth chart, you fill it out, Jimmy's a starter right now. I don't have no problem saying that. I don't have any problem with that either, but that's not what he did. What did he do?
There's no competition here.
There is no competition. He's the quarterback number one. It's not a blank slot. Jimmy Garoppolo is QB1 on July 28th, whenever they started training. He's QB1. That's what it is. There's no competition involved. He can be beat out. Trey Lance,
how do you lose a race you're not in? If there's no competition, there's no race. You can't get beat out if there's no competition. I mean, you could say I'm playing semantics if you want to, but that's what he said. There's no quarterback competition.
There is no competition. He could get beat out if he's not playing. If Jimmy's not playing good and Trey Lance is playing way better than anybody believed, then you reevaluate some things. Like, damn. Like, I don't know. I'm looking at this thing 3 weeks into things, and I don't know. Maybe I go with Trey Lance week one. But on whatever day that was, Jimmy was the thing. But I also say this about the whole Patrick Mahomes thing. Is Patrick Mahomes the same player, or is he better because he sat? I don't think so. I mean, he was talented. He is who he is. But if he would have came out there is something to be said for the possibility for him going out there and not being ready. If he would have gone out there not ready and got his teeth kicked in for the first 5 weeks of the season, we don't know how he would have reacted to that. We don't know. He could have got down on himself. He could have second guessed him. He could have been gun shy. He could have not. Maybe at that time, Andy Reid didn't have the whole playbook available to him because Patrick Mahomes was still trying to figure it out and get his legs under him. We don't know.
But again, this isn't the 0-16 Detroit Lions. This was a really good Kansas City team.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I find this whole premise of this Patrick Mahomes model stupid, because teams can't follow that. Like what's Jacksonville going to do? Oh, I wish we could follow the Patrick Mahomes model, but they can't.
Right, but that's the whole point. The Patrick Mahomes model is preserved for specific cases.
But yes, one case in which we think that it worked out because of the way they executed it, when in all likelihood, at least in my opinion, based on what we've seen from Patrick Mahomes, it would have worked out the exact same way if you started him. Week 1, year 1. It would have been exactly the same.
Maybe not.
And right, maybe not. But this whole Patrick Mahomes model is the way that you walk first year quarterbacks along, I think is silly.
But I look at it as it's an option. If you have that capability, we're talking about the Niners. You don't have to put Trey Lance out there week 1 just because he's good right now. If Trey Lance, I'll put it to you like this. If you look at this situation and you say Trey Lance is probably the better quarterback, he's better than Jimmy right now, but we can probably only use about 70% of our playbook. Whereas we'll use Madden rating system. If Trey Lance is a 92 and Jimmy's an 85, I'll just say Jimmy's an 82. And, Trey is better, but there's some things he's still got to learn. There's some things we can only open up the playbook about 70%. But I got Jimmy, who's a little less talented, but he knows the playbook like the back of his hand. Which one would you go with? I'm not sure which one I would go with, to be clear. I don't know. But maybe that was a situation in Kansas City where obviously Pat Mahomes was like, he's either better now or he's definitely going to be better in like 3 months once he gets 2 months of NFL practice in him. But week 1, we're limited on what we could do with him. We got to really, really dumb it down. Mm-hmm. That may be the situation they have in Kansas City. Maybe what's going on in San Francisco.
It may very well be, but it appears Trey Lance is the quarterback of the 49ers future.
Mm-hmm.
And the future might be the middle of this season.
It might be week 1, Damien.
It may be
week 1. There may be no Patrick Mahomes, Alex Smith situation there. Put that man in there and let him cook week 1. That may be the case.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're going to dive into the Kings coming up here in just a few minutes, including what we want to see from the Sacramento Kings in Summer League. We want to get to the phones right now, though, 916-349-1320. Let's get to Robert. Robert, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Robert?
Hey, I have a question. You guys saying it's all like the Patrick Mahomes, like with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes, but really it's a Bill Washington, right?
Could make that argument too. You could make that argument too.
Joe Montana stat, Steve Young stat, like there's a lot of greats.
Well,
that's it.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, Robert, what that is like, that was the old school mentality, though, right? For a long time, it was always you don't start rookie quarterbacks. And then the contracts got so big, you had to. It was like you can't, this was prior to rookie scales. You can't have a $50 million quarterback or whatever, Sam Bradford's contract wind up being and not play him. Like you have to play him. So the idea of not starting the rookie quarterback thing changed, like a decade and a half ago. And
it got to that point, but you still had Elway who was able to come in right away, and you still had those guys that you knew there was something really special about, like Peyton Manning and stuff like that. And then also on top of it, they changed the quarterback, so like it wasn't like the rookies were getting paid. Like I think when Alex Smith came in, he was getting paid a lot, and like he needed to start. And they ended up fixing that in the recent years. So it's not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I got you, man. And the contracts don't play. And we appreciate you, Robert, man. Thanks for listening and thanks for the call. I don't know, maybe I got worked up over nothing. Honestly, I think it was the title of the article that annoyed me. I love Peter King, and I'm reading this like, Really?
Nah. I understand what you're saying. I
This
love
is
the
overblown.
dialogue about it because I understand. I get it. But I'll put this out in the atmosphere as well. People talk about Russell Wilson and what happened in Seattle where the Seahawks signed Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson came and ended up being the starter.
Yep.
And people are like, open competition or whatever. And I was listening to something or reading something over the weekend, and people kind of went back and looked at that situation, and I kind of forget exactly what was going on. I feel like Matt Flynn wasn't 100%. I feel like he got hurt, and not hurt where he wasn't playing. Something happened with Matt Flynn, and Russell Wilson wasn't even the backup. Russell Wilson was third string. Tavares Jackson was like getting the other look. They're like, yo, he might be the guy. And what happened for Russell to get in there? It wasn't just it's an open competition and he outplayed Matt Flynn. Russell Wilson blew the doors.
Yeah, he destroyed him.
Seattle, and he was killing in the fourth quarter of these games, and then he got to start, I think, game 3, and because Matt Flynn was hurt, I think that's why he started. And he just, I think it was like 7 straight drives of scoring, right? Like he went insane, and that's what got him. It wasn't just like, he was cool, and they started him. Like, no, he went above and beyond to make no doubt about it.
Remember all of the circumstances that led to Dakota starting.
Yes.
I mean, it was
going to be Romo.
It was Romo. Romo gets hurt. God, I think Romo got hurt in a preseason game.
Yeah.
What was it? What's the coordinator's name? Matt something. I don't. But the backup quarterback, he breaks his wrist, and all of a sudden, Dak Prescott, the third string quarterback, gets thrown in there, and he's playing these preseason games where it's like, oh, okay, cool. Right. Next preseason game. Okay. This kid is good. He's starting week 1. We're not hiring We're not signing a veteran quarterback to come in here and do anything. Let's bring him in. Kellen Moore was the dude who got hurt. And he played so well, he essentially sent Tony Romo into retirement.
Yeah.
But it was a series of uniques. Hell, the circumstances behind Dak being drafted are unique. Jerry's first meeting with the media after Dakota was drafted was, we should have been more aggressive to move up and get Paxton Lynch or Connor Cook.
Yeah,
he names 2 quarterbacks.
Really Paxton Lynch
names 2 quarterbacks before he says his quarterback's name, and it seems to have worked out pretty well for all involved, particularly for Dakota.
I say that to say, if Trey Lance comes out on Saturday and the following week and does what Russell Wilson did his rookie year, oh, hell yeah, start him. But if he's like, I don't know, if he's like 5 of 7 for 57 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, like, okay, that's just cool. It's whatever. Like people forget, and you remember Russell Wilson blew the doors off of that thing to be a starter. And I'm not saying that's what Trey has to do, but that's what would make it like, all right, Jimmy, we've seen enough. Trey, you're it.
Let's get the homie Big Al in here real quick. Big Al, what's going on, baby?
How you doing, man? I don't want to comment how bad our traffic infrastructure repair activities are going on in my neighborhood.
Oh, my. Where you at, Big Al? Where you at?
I'm down here in the hood, my man. You know, down here in
Oh, yeah.
And 47, baby. We're shutting lanes down, and we got everybody standing around. It's terrible.
That's right. It's ugly over there.
Rebuilding the dream.
Rebuilding our dream. Hey, so first of all, I'm totally with you, 49ers. I mean, I say Trey should be in as quickly as possible. You got to believe Jimmy probably gets a game or 2. The bad thing, I think, for 49er fans would be, what if Jimmy plays really well? Let's say the 49ers go 3-0 right out of the gate. Jimmy at the helm. That puts a little pressure to keep Jimmy rolling until Jimmy does what Jimmy does.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, that's no problem.
Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Eventually, Trey's going to, it's going to be his team, no problem. So that's fine. Whereas if Jimmy flunks up in the first 3 games, goes 1 and 2, it's Trey time. Also, my other comment is, did you see the wonder that's going to be the legend of Austin Reaves. Woo!
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Okay. Oh, he got the
Okay. Blake Show.
yeah, him, Big Allen KC repping the
Jesse wanted no parts of that.
yeah. Jesse was like, nah, he's out. He's out. So, hey, man, when Celtics fans control the buttons, that's what happens. I don't know where Jesse was with the mute mic when this came out.
Okay, Lake Show.
I think it just caught us all by.
I mean,
stunned us all. But
I still don't know what you guys are talking about.
Big
I really
Al,
don't. I have no idea.
Big Al getting together watching
Austin Reaves. I thought maybe I missed something. Maybe he went off. Austin Reaves with 11 points last night. Settle down, Big Al.
He's the Lakers' next star. He's 40.
He was a bucket, though. He was a bucket.
I want to get back to the NBA. I want to get back to the Kings. Your Giants had a weekend.
Ooh, and maybe the game of the year on Saturday night.
Again? This is like the fifth game of the year.
I just keep doing it. What you want us to do?
This was the 11 inning?
Yes.
This was the 11 inning game?
Yes.
Okay.
Roller coaster.
Do you want to make a power rankings of games of the year by the?
I mean, when you're having as special a season, and it's starting to become just that. It's starting to become a special season for the Giants. That. I mean, you could probably have a top 10. You could have a power ranking. Absolutely.
Still got the best record in
best
baseball.
Record in the game. 30 games over 500.
This is the only time they had a better record through 112 games since moving to San Francisco was 1993. They were 74-38 that year.
Team was so nasty.
They're also 30-37 after trailing this season. That's a Major League Baseball best as well. Like they get down, but they're rarely out of it.
Boys are special. They're special. I'm starting to feel better and better each day.
Couple of quick hits from some things that happened this weekend that we want to touch on real quick, and then we want to dive into what we want to see from the Sacramento Kings as their summer league schedule gets underway. That's all coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
13th round. Oh, I think he lives in Carmichael. 13th round in the building, man. And, boxing has been on a little bit of, I don't want to say a hiatus, but it was really hot in June. And that's like June and probably July. You could even say May, starting with Canelo on Cinco de Mayo weekend. It was popping until probably into July or whatever. Took about a 2-3 week break, but now it's about to ramp up again because we got some fights on Saturday that they got some heavy hitters here. They got some heavy hitters. The official lineup is ESPN. I think it's on ESPN Plus. Got Joshua Franco versus Andrew Maloney. Not really interested in that one. Top ranked, step your game up, do better. But Showtime. They got a nice little doubleheader here with Antonio Russell versus Emmanuel Rodriguez. I'm going to check that out. And then you got a big one with this boy, Casemiro. Ooh, I like Casemiro going up against Rigondeaux. That's going to be the main event. And DAZN is even getting into the business here and doing some stuff because they got Virgil Ortiz Jr. on the docket on Saturday night. I like Virgil Ortiz. I really do. That boy can box. I'm waiting for the showdown between him and Jerron Boots Ennis at some point. They're going to match up. They're going to they're going to cross paths at some point. And I think that's going to be a big, big fight. So you got that going on this weekend. Obviously, we got Pacquiao and Spence going on the following weekend. So boxing's about to pick up again. But one that it caught my eye, Casemiro and Rigondeaux. Now, this was supposed to be first, it was supposed to be Casemiro and Rigondeaux, and then Rigondeaux backed out and allowed for Casemiro, Nonito Donaire to go down to set up a possible unification bout with Rigondeaux facing the winner of that bout. Well, something happened with Casemiro and, drug testing and VADA and all this other stuff. And Nonito, matter of fact, the camps of Casemiro was talking crazy about Nonito's wife and all this other stuff. Nonito backed out of the fight. And then it went back to being Casemiro and Rigondeaux. I want to see Nonito. He should have fought him. He should have just stayed with him. But I would have loved to see that fight. But I'm a big fan of Casemiro. I've seen him twice, and I'm not saying he is this guy. I'm not. He's got Pacquiao vibes to him. He's just a whirlwind. He's just a complete whirlwind in that ring. And once he sees an angle and sees an opportunity, he goes in there and just goes crazy. That's a gift and a curse. But I love to see Casemiro. I'm looking for the big fights. I'm looking for the big moments. So that's why I want to see Casemiro win this one. I want to see him fight Donaire and beat him maybe in early 2022 or maybe late 2021. And then I want to see him go up against Inoue. And I want to see, because Casemiro, he's talked about him numerous times. He wants some of Inoue. And I want to see those two go head to head because Casemiro's not afraid of him. We already seen Inoue and Nonito. Nonito already got washed in that one. I want to see Casemiro and Inoue at some point in the next 12 months. 17th or 13th round. 217 is where we're at.
17th round. Let's go.
Rigo, I don't know. He might be on he's probably 97 years old, but he can still get in there and box a little bit.
Reminder to come hang out with D'Lo and KC this Saturday at Topgolf beginning at 8 o'clock. We'll be out there celebrating our 1-year anniversary here on ESPN 1320. Thanks to our friends over at McQueen and the Violet Fog, City Center Financial, and Epsilon Sigma Roy Alumni Association. And big thanks to Topgolf for giving us a bay out there. We're going to be hitting balls, having some fun, playing games, and just hanging out, man. So come spend your Saturday night with D'Lo and KC this Saturday at Topgolf beginning at 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. A couple of quick hits before we dive back into your Sacramento Kings and Summer League basketball coming up this afternoon. NFL enshrinement ceremony was this weekend. A little bit of a different format, which I didn't know heading in, and I probably would have watched had I known about the change in format. I did catch Peyton's speech and Woodson's speech. And they were as good as I would expect the speeches from those two to be. I saw a little bit of John Lynch, but I saw all of Peyton and Woodson. Anything stand out from the ceremony to you?
You know what? I plan to go back and watch some of them. I missed all the ceremonies though, but I wanted to see Charles Woodson because that's my guy. Mm-hmm. You know, so from way back. You know what I mean? That's the first college football. No, I shouldn't say that because I liked. Was he? No, he was before Peter Warrick. I like Charlie Ward a lot too, but Charles Woodson was like my guy at Michigan. Right? He's why part of the reason why I stayed with Michigan football is because I was like, yo, this number 2 guy's crazy. So I wanted to see Charles Woodson, wanted to see Peyton, obviously wanted to see John Lynch as well. I didn't realize Palomalu got inducted in this group too. So
he has some issues on his way to the Hall of Fame.
Is that so? Are you talking about the hot mic?
No, I'm talking about COVID.
He had it.
I believe. I believe he had it.
Oh my!
Or had it. For those who aren't watching, I threw up the quotations. I'm not really sure what happened with Troy, but he got to give a speech. So
it was a cool class. We're getting into the at least for me. Mm-hmm. I'm getting into the realm of these classes of guys that I remember in college, right? Like maybe about 5-7 years ago, they might throw in a guy in there where it's like, I didn't really see his career. Like I was 10 when he was, at the prime. I don't really remember. Now, like I said, I remember Charles Woodson's one-hand interception at Michigan against Michigan State. Like I've seen his college and pro career. So, these are classes of guys that I'm very familiar with. But with all that being said, I did not get a chance to see the Strymon. I want to go back and check these guys out.
I'll give you one vote, just one, for next year. Okay. DeMarcus Ware, Steve Smith Sr., Andre Johnson, Robert Mathis, Anquan Bowden, Devin Hester, Vince Wilfork. They're all eligible for the first time. One vote.
Damn. So I can narrow it down. Give me the first three again.
DeMarcus Ware, Steve Smith Sr., Andre Johnson, Robert Mathis, Anquan Bowden, Devin Hester, Vince Wilfork.
So for me, it's really it's a two-person race, and it's between Ware and Steve Smith.
Okay.
And my gut first thing says Steve Smith.
Okay. My vote goes to DeMarcus Ware.
I can understand that.
But like 10 times out of 10, like DeMarcus Ware, the player, DeMarcus Ware, the person. Yeah. Like Jerry did some dumb things as the Cowboys owner. Letting DeMarcus Ware leave is a top 5 dumb thing he ever did. That man should have never played for another team that wasn't the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. DeMarcus was a bad boy.
And then, of course, he goes to Denver. He has a down year in Dallas or whatever it is. He goes to Denver and kills it. And I'm glad he did because he got a Super Bowl out of it. But
tears it up. Steve
and Devin
Smith.
Hester deserves to get in, by the way, because that's going to be a conversation over the next year. Devin Hester deserves to be a Hall of Famer.
Absolutely. Devin Hester was a one of one in what he was able to do for the length of his career as a returner. So he definitely needs to be in there. But Steve Smith, man, maybe this goes more to Steve Smith used to kill the 49ers, it felt like. I was when the Niners would play the Panthers, I was terrified of what Steve Smith was able to do out there. And I never felt that way necessarily about DeMarcus Ware and Anquan Bowden. Anquan Bowden was really good, obviously, with the Niners and the Cardinals, and he did his thing. But Steve Smith is the guy that jumps out to me. I know people have their numbers and all this other stuff, but you put that question out there, and I talk about somebody that just jumps off the page immediately to me in their career is Steve Smith. He was a monster out there.
Peyton gave a very you can't go to a football website today without Peyton Manning. Does he want to be the next commissioner of the NFL? He gave a very sounded like a politician. The one thing he stopped short of was God bless America.
Oh my.
Yeah, it was funny. Like, it was entertaining. He took jabs at Ray Lewis. He took jabs at Tom Brady. Well, jabs. I said he took jabs, not stabs. So he took jabs at Ray Lewis. But it would have been funnier if I said he took a stab at Ray Lewis, because normally it's Ray Lewis taking the stab. Anyways,
remind me real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you. Remind me on the post show about something I heard about OJ. I didn't hear it. Just remind me on the post show.
Is it about he doesn't go to LA because he don't want to sit next to the real killer?
I didn't know if we even wanted to get into that on the show, so I was going to put on the post show. But I saw. I said, come on.
He said, O.J. Simpson said on the record, I don't go to Los Angeles no more. What if I'm just out and I'm sitting next to the real killer?
Come on, man.
What?
Come on. He definitely had to get hit with a.
Hey, who man is this?
He said, well, there was one person I thought it was. I told my lawyer, but I don't want to get into that. Bruh, you realize the entire world thinks you killed 2 people. If you got to throw somebody else under the bus, you might want to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's be honest, Orenthal, it's not going to get any worse for you. God,
oh, man.
Remember he said he was, oh, man, okay, you're right. My bad. That's me. Should have saved it for the post show. Now I'm thinking about the time he said he was going to go help find the real killer. and all those different things. Oh,
Didn't he say he wasn't going to sleep until he found the real killer?
yeah.
He wasn't going to rest or something like that.
He wasn't going to rest.
But anyway, Peyton.
My bad. Peyton. By the way, Peyton Manning.
At him.
Yeah.
at Ray Lewis.
Yeah. Not at OJ. No, not at OJ. Can OJ just show up? Like, he's a Hall of Famer. Can he just show up to the enshrinement ceremony with his jacket on? Hey, fellas.
Sure
good to see you guys. Just wanted to get out, spend some time with y'all. The Olympics have come and gone. I didn't get into it this year. I don't know why. I normally love the Summer Olympics. It didn't. Maybe because outside, with Simone Biles not really being a big part of it, I paid attention to a little bit to Katie Ledecky, but really I didn't have anyone that I really wanted to see. And honestly, I missed the 100 meter. Like,
oh my God,
I got the push notification for the 100 meter final. Like, what? Wait, what? I missed it. Yeah, it didn't. The Olympics didn't get me this time.
They were terrible, and to no fault of their own. Maybe I'm speaking only, from personal preference, but I feel the time difference just destroyed it.
Well,
even with the Peacock app, like, it was just
because
rough.
What I think they tried to do was they didn't make a big effort to. I think I read their television viewership was down like 45%. And I don't remember if it was Richard Deitch or someone else wrote. Part of that is because they didn't want you to watch the Olympics on NBC. They wanted you to pay to watch the Olympics on Peacock. That's why they set things up the way that they did, was so you could see what you wanted to when you wanted to on Peacock, or you would be subjected to the coverage on NBC or their, other platforms.
And the killer about it was, and this is once again no fault of their own. We just talking about it. Damn it. Damn it.
Terrible. This is terrible. This is awful.
No, the tough part about
Thank you.
is I feel like the basketball ended up working out a couple times because it was for us on the West Coast at least. And some people stayed up for it on the East Coast. It was like 9 o'clock or something like that at night. I feel like none of the other stuff lined up that way. I don't feel like the gymnastics. I don't feel like the swimming, track never lined up to be 9 o'clock at night. Like, if it was live, it was a 5 a.m. or it was, something crazy where the West Coast just was not involved. Yeah. Even if they wanted to be. And because I think about some of the stuff, like, if the track would have been at 9 o'clock, on a Wednesday night, okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah.
But it never worked out that way. It was always first thing in the morning.
Yeah. Or Friday night. Or Saturday night. Like the worst TV nights, that are out there. Let's
100 happened, when we were flying to Atlanta.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it very much was a Friday night. We won that deal. So 9 seconds to watch the 100 meter versus a 5-hour flight to Atlanta. We won.
Interesting about one of the things that stuck out to me about Atlanta, I got a chance to go downtown, and it just amazes me sometimes that, no shade on them at all or anything, it's just, Atlanta had the Olympics.
Yeah.
The Olympics came to Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep. Yeah. And it's coming back.
Coming
to America.
Coming to America. I think it's 2028. LA area.
Okay. It's going to be a movie.
Remember they said they were thinking maybe some basketball games might be here.
Yeah.
Did they just get rid of that notion?
I think so. I think they realized how ridiculous it was. Like, it's too far.
Well, they also said that some of these countries that you go to, like, the reason why they justified it is because you go to some of these countries and there is I don't know if it's 365-mile different, but like they're not in the city sometimes. Like,
yeah, no, some of them are far. But the bigger problem with some of these arenas is they're built for the Olympics, and then they are useless, and they die. Like I remember seeing pictures of I think they called it the bird's nest in Beijing. It looked like it's a disaster. It's awful. The aquatic center was gorgeous. I have a video of like the aquatic center like outside, and it like lights up. It has like these cubes that light up. Dead. I think gone. They got to stop doing this, man. They need to like rotate. Just have certain like countries that have Olympic stadiums, and you just go to them each time. Just moving it and having these countries bid on it and bid themselves into the poorhouse it's just awful.
I may be biased here, but I think in that rotation should be the USA.
Oh, 100%.
And LA, you probably could do something in Texas or something like that if you wanted to.
I always thought they could do Chicago.
Yeah,
crowded as all hell, but I mean, it's not like Los Angeles is going to be crowd relief either.
See, I was about to say the killer, but the tough part about Chicago is they probably would have to build one of them things that you're talking about, a bird's nest. Whereas LA, you got
Soldier Field could do it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but LA, you got SoFi, or if they did Texas, you got Jerry's World. You know what I mean? You got these things that are already there, and you could do something like that. I don't know how this.
The funny thing about that is,
but New York seemed like it would be great.
Funny thing about Dallas is it would actually be Jerry's World. That's the thing that's nowhere near anything. Like you'd have all the stuff in Dallas, and then you got to drive, however far it is to what is it, Arlington for Jerry's World. Speaking of the Olympics, all quiet on the men's basketball front.
Hey man, first of all, big up to them boys bringing back that gold medal, man. Shout out to the men's and the women's basketball team.
Women felt like a given, though I have some concerns. The fact that 40-year-old Sue Bird was arguably the best player on the floor concerns me a lot. There were some players who did not look well for the women's team. But there were so many, and Diane is so disrespectful. That picture that was circulating is so funny. There's a girl that like just defending her, like doing in the gold medal game. Yeah. And Diana's like laughing in her face with her arm wrapped around her. And it's so good because if you look at the official, you could see the official is laughing too. And that's what makes the picture great. But the women get the job done. I've got some concerns about their future, but the men, the amount of poor takes out there about the men's basketball team leading into the Olympics were extraordinary. And didn't nobody have anything to say? Was it Saturday night? Didn't nobody have nothing to say after they win? Friday night. They were still spouting their bad takes. Like, y'all ain't going to apologize to Pop or KD or, the fact that these guys went out there and they got the job done and got the Olympic gold.
Well, you mentioned it the other day. It's a thankless job for the men's team USA.
Yep.
They're expected to win the gold medal. The only time it's a story is if they lose a game. If they win, and nobody really worries. But big ups to them. And that reminded me. I just want to ask the question here. I just want to ask the question. The belt has not changed hands at all, has it?
Oh no! From Giannis back to KD, no. It's Giannis is still the champion.
So what KD did.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I saw something. I think it was during the broadcast, and what's the man's name? Bob Fitzgerald. He talked about how in the gold medal game a couple years ago, KD had like 30. Gold medal game last time he had 30, 29 in this one.
Arguably, perhaps not arguably, the best Part of it's because of longevity too, but probably the best Olympic basketball player the country's had.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
I
ain't taking the belt off Giannis.
Hey,
You can take the belt off Giannis if you want to.
No, there is no.
And
no, there's none of that. I'm just asking a question because I'm just asking.
Okay. All right. I still got the belt on. Still got the belt on Giannis. Bobby Bowden passed away. I never know how to approach things like this. He was not. It's not like his life was cut short. He was like 91. He lived a long, full life. We knew this was coming for a while. Like he's been ill. We were, I think it was public a couple of weeks ago. He's probably nearing the end, and he finally did. But he certainly made his mark in college football and with that program there. So Bobby Bowden passed away over the weekend. Summer League begins for the Sacramento Kings coming up at the top of the hour. For those who are going to watch, you could two-screen it. If you're going to watch it on NBA TV, you could two-screen it on the Odyssey app. You could two-screen it on your phone with YouTube or whatever your vibe is. But we'll keep you posted. Like there's no coverage of it anywhere, so we've got you other than the television coverage. So we'll just do a watch along, man. We'll hang out together. We'll watch Kings basketball together, man. Let's ride.
If you riding them around, in your Jeep or your Benzo, you know what I'm saying?
Your Nissan sitting on the Renzos.
You know what I mean? You can listen to us. We'll talk about, because here's the thing. Me and Damien and Jesse, we had a conversation, trying to get the show started. And typically, Danny in San Francisco and just Radio 101, you never want to talk about scores or anything while your show's going on to like maybe remind people that there's something else going on. Turn us off and go watch what you're talking about, right? That's generally the deal. That makes perfect sense. But we sat here and we were like, we would be insulting your intelligence if we were sitting here like, oh, well, let's talk about the Sacramento, the trade proposal, and not understanding that our audience is probably somewhere watching the Kings game or trying to watch the Kings game.
And the fact is, if you want to hear about a fictitious trade proposal, you've probably already turned it off to go watch the Kings game. So just watch it with us.
And that's the whole thing. So we said, yo, it's 2021. Like, you can do both.
Yeah.
You can watch the Kings and watch us, or you can watch the Kings and listen to us. That is something that absolutely can do. So we're not insulting your guys' intelligence out there. Kings game is on. I may or may not have it on as well while this is going on. Watch it
and I can confirm he will have it on. I will have it on. We'll be watching it together. We'll talk about what we're seeing. Obviously, we're not going to do play-by-play for it. Again, nobody is doing play-by-play for it. Mm-hmm. We're just going to watch and we're going to talk about it. And you could do a watch along with us here as the Kings games get underway. It's top of the hour. What do you want to see? Is there something? It's summer league. Like, let's have some fun with it. Like, what does it all really amount to? I don't know. Let's go for title number 2 in Vegas. Mm-hmm. But is there something in particular that you really want to see here as this 2021 summer league season gets underway?
I want to see Davion Mitchell have a good showing offensively, and he may not play the entire summer league in Vegas or whatever the case may be, but I want to see him averaging. I'm just going to say it, put it out there. This is what I want to see. I want to see him averaging 18 to 20 points a night.
Okay.
He's the most, I believe people when they say he's the most NBA ready guard, or at the very least one of them, or player that come out of the draft. You see guys like Jalen Green putting up 23 last night. You see James Bouknight, who they're going to be playing against today, putting up 19 in his debut. I think Davion Mitchell has that ability, and I want to see him averaging 18 to 20 points a night.
Okay. That's a big ask.
Shouldn't be.
No? Okay.
He's got the ability to do it.
Okay.
He's got the ability.
My two things, and I don't think any of the we're not reinventing the wheel here with things that we're looking for. You're looking at the kid who was drafted a couple of weeks ago, the young man who was drafted a couple of weeks ago. Mm-hmm. I want to see the young man fresh out the Olympics. I want to see Chimezie Metu and how he. One, I'm curious, what his role will be with the team. But my eyes are locked on two of our favorites, Chimezie Metu and Louis the King. Those are our two players that I'm really watching, and I'm anxious to see.
Oh, my bad. I was just going to say of your two, I want to see something from Louis the King. I need to see something from Louis the King out here in Vegas because I think he's an NBA player, and I need to see him perform like an NBA player.
Speaking of Neemias Queta, he signed a 2-way contract with the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
Louis the King, I think, is the other 2-way player. So you have Nemi and Louis the King now kind of locked up in guys who are probably going to get some. Louis the King, I definitely think will. Nemi will see, but those are guys who could potentially get some NBA minutes this year. But I really like Louis King, and I think he has something. I think he has something that he could bring to the main roster.
I think he does.
I'm not talking core guy here. I'm just talking about. I think he has a place on the roster. I think he can contribute on the main roster.
I agree.
So I got my eyes on him, and again, Metu, he's a show favorite.
Yeah. And the reason why I said Louis the King and not Metu is because I feel like I know what I got out of Metu. I like him. I almost feel like he's overqualified to play in the summer league. I almost don't even want to see him out there. But I'm confident in what I got in Metu. I've seen him enough in NBA setting to be like, yo, he's straight. I want to see him around.
There's one more person I have my eye on. I'll tell you who that is here in just a couple of minutes. We've also and we'll dive into Summer League. We'll get underway here when we return on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I got his bathroom.
Yep. Yeah, let me pow, boom, got that. All right, house show underway here. We mentioned this earlier, another rough weekend, which has led to a ton of speculation about what exactly is going on in the WWE. But there were, I think it was like 11 or 12. There was a pretty large number, 13 cuts on the NXT roster. Now, that's not something that you hear about very often. You normally hear like Bray Wyatt, whether you feel like the character expired, Braun Strowman, whether you feel like the character expired, those were big money deals. Like those were probably $1 million guaranteed deals that they let walk. So you're talking about budget cuts and speculation about Vince McMahon selling and all of this different stuff. Like that's one thing for those guys. Rarely do you see NXT cuts along this lines, especially with guys like Bronson Reed, Bobby Fish, guys who are like actively involved in programming. And I was, trying to read up on this stuff and listen to this stuff from, Dave Meltzer this morning. And he was talking about, this round of cuts was led by Vince McMahon, Bruce Pritchard, and John Laurinaitis. Now, again, this is Dave Meltzer, and I'm not like an anti-Meltzer guy. I like Dave Meltzer a lot. Some of you know he's done my podcast. He did my old radio show. Like I'm a Dave Meltzer guy. Like I enjoy his work at the Wrestling Observer. I don't believe he's the be-all, end-all to everything, but I do believe he's pretty well informed. And for Vince McMahon, Bruce Pritchard, and John Laurinaitis to lead these cuts, it leaves me scratching my head because it's Triple H and Shawn Michaels and a handful of others that kind of run the NXT brand. And now there's a belief that there are some major changes coming to the NXT brand. Now, we've seen it evolve over the years. We've seen it evolve as like this young developmental territory, like young guys would come in and they would, try to establish themselves, get work there. And then we would see, okay, we're going to bring in a guy like Shinsuke Nakamura, and we want him, to kind of wean himself off of that Japan style and get here accustomed to the WWE style. And then we'd see Samoa Joe's. I mean, we'd see most guys travel through NXT with AJ Styles obviously being a major exception. But now there's a belief that all that is over. They're going back to, allegedly, the old developmental role. Like they're going back to just strictly young talent. They're not signing guys in their 30s anymore. They're not bringing guys from TNA, or they're not bringing guys from, Japan who have established records already and bringing them in to learn the WWE style. Like they're coming in, they're bringing in strictly young guys now. And that's a fascinating change to what NXT has been. And the fact that it's McMahon, Pritchard, and Laurinaitis came into promise with the company when they were sold or when they purchased WCW. So think about that. That was 20 years ago. Yeah, Jesus, that was 20 years ago that WWE bought WCW. Bruce Pritchard's been with the company on and off since like 1987. These are the dudes still making decisions for the company. Now, it's one thing for Vince McMahon to do it because Vince McMahon owns the company. But Pritchard booked the Mega Powers Explode. You know what I mean? Pritchard booked the Ultimate Warrior Championship run. Like, think about how long ago. Those guys are still in charge of television, and those are the guys that are in charge of the next generation of professional wrestlers. Now, I'm not insinuating that those guys don't see talent. But damn, maybe you want to bring in someone else who sees the way things are done now versus the way things were done in the 1980s. Because I think those guys still very much see the way things were done in the 1980s versus the way things are done now. Because they're not the same. NXT looked very different from WWE for a reason. And the reason was Vince McMahon had less call on it. Like, are we back? Like on the radio back? There it is. Oh, I was talking wrestling on Twitch and YouTube, and Jesse hits me in my ear like we're back. I was like, wait a minute, like back? Like the music is about to hit back, or back like the radio just heard my Vince McMahon spiel. See, I told you, we've got multiple shows over there on Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, man, we out here. We got everything covered.
It's not just D'Lo and KC. We've already knocked out the 13th round for the day. We just talked about the NXT releases on the house show. And we got the City Center Financial post show coming up here at 3:55, immediately following the radio broadcast. We stay live over there on Twitch and YouTube, and we talk about. We've even got notes for things that we talked about. We were talking about Jungle Cruise the other day. If you haven't seen Jungle Cruise yet, do yourself a favor. Go to Disney Plus, click the premium button, get it. It's confession. I watched it a second time yesterday. It's a good movie, man. It's a good movie. And that's not even my Dwayne Johnson bias. It's a good movie. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Yeah, I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Like I said, Reese keeps talking about, Jungle Cruise is out. We got to watch it. So, yeah.
My brother's summer vacation's coming to an end, man. Let's watch Jungle Cruise.
Yeah. I mean, he can watch it anytime. I was going to watch it with him, but he can watch it whenever he wants.
Well, you just got to get my man back on the proper sleep patterns.
Yeah, we need to work on that this week because he be vamping.
That's what I heard. I wonder where he gets it from.
Not his mom.
Not his mom. Definitely is not his mom. That's for sure. Summer League getting underway for the Sacramento Kings coming up here in about 10 minutes. No coverage of it anywhere, so we're just going to sit here, do a watch along with us. Of course, you could watch it on TV. You could two-screen it. You could have us. Because let's be honest, with all due respect, I don't know who's calling it on NBA TV. You don't want to hear them. You want to hear D'Lo and KC.
Facts.
We got you. Two-screen us. YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey, whatever it is, man. We got you. Your eyes are on Davion Mitchell. Rightfully so. I mentioned Louis the King and Chimezie Metu. Another guy, different reason that I got my eye on, it's because I'm curious, is Bobby Jackson. Bobby Jackson is the head coach here in Summer League. Of course, he's the head coach of the Stockton Kings. He's been a development coach here in Sacramento, and I'm curious to see him. The California Classic is cool. It has a little bit of a different vibe than the Vegas Summer League does. I'm anxious to see. I'm curious to see Bobby in this role and how he evolves, not just through Summer League, but really through Summer League into the Stockton season and throughout the years as a head coach.
That's a good call, man. It's a good call. Some of the things that I heard from Bobby after, specifically after the second game of the California Classic, when he was upset with how the team played, and and upset with how they took care of the basketball or whatever. Said, hey, if you want to play a certain way, that's fine. I'll get you off the court. You sit right next to me. He's not playing, man. Mm-hmm. He's out there trying to get these guys ready and understanding that the group that's going to be with these guys, they're laying the groundwork and the foundation for what is going to be expected throughout this entire organization. Mm-hmm. Everybody wants to talk about a Heat culture. And I ain't saying there's going to be a Kings culture. Hopefully there is.
I'm with it.
And it's a good one.
Yeah.
But he's letting that be known, and they're in lockstep with everything that goes through that organization, from the front office to the G League team to the NBA team. This is the way we go about things. So yeah, that's a good call. Love to see it.
I'm all for it. And I love that you pointed that out, because Bobby takes nothing from no one.
Mm-hmm.
And he like, I would love for not just for my own entertainment purposes, someone to steer away from what Bobby's trying to do out there on the floor. Because you think he's using a coach catchphrase when he says you'll be sitting right next to me. No. He means it.
Yeah.
He will pull your ass out, and he will right there. Sit right there. And he'll talk to you. That's I've seen Bobby do it in drills before. I think Bobby is going to be, and I mean, there might be a smidge bit of bias here. I think Bobby's going to wind up being a very good coach.
I think so too.
I don't know. So. Maybe someone can answer this off the top of my head. Is there a G League coach that's a G League head coach that's hit the main spot in the NBA?
Was Nick Nurse a G League coach?
That's the name I was thinking too. That's the
like
name I was thinking too. Yeah.
I know Jerry Stackhouse keeps getting mentioned in a lot of names too, and a lot of vacancies, and he'll probably get a job, I think, in the next couple of seasons. And he's been in the G League doing his thing. So, I don't know. It could be, we talk about the G League for the players and development and all this other stuff. It could be a development ground for coaches as well.
Absolutely.
Pipeline for the coaches and the organization to have guys down in the G League that have the qualities of being a good coach, but they need to learn as well. And there's things that they need to learn about managing a game, managing rosters, developing players, things of that nature. And I don't know if it's like, we fired this guy and we're going to bring up this guy that was his protege or something like that. But they could be looking at the G League or something like that in a minor degree.
Did you see the Kobe Bryant highlights pop up? Kobe Bryant's Summer League debut. Did you see them pop? Oh, they popped up this morning. Oh, man. Talk about a movie. Like Kobe Bryant and his Summer League debut. I think Mark Stein tweeted him this morning. He either tweeted them or retweeted them, something like that. But it was, oh man. And it's funny to go back and think, Kobe played in the Summer League. Okay.
So the interesting thing about all this is there's been a Summer League for a long time, right? And we just didn't really see it. They would do it down in LA. I think at Long Beach State for a lot of it. And then they had the one in Orlando. They had one in Boston. I think LeBron played in the one in Boston. But it was like the people in that city knew it was there, and maybe they would go watch the games, but it wasn't broadcast at all. There was no NBA TV, stuff like that. And it's like, man, can you imagine watching Kobe? I'm seeing the highlights right now, watching Kobe in the Summer League. I would, if now this is going to open up a bunch of jokes, but if I was a Lakers fan and saw Kobe in the Summer League, oh my goodness.
So,
especially since there was so many questions about him coming in, is he really that good? Why would they go get the? Nah, bruh. If
See,
I would've
we
seen
look
that, I
back at
would've
it
lost
now
it.
like, of course. You go back to what was it, 96? No, it wasn't that. Like it wasn't that. It wasn't that obviously feeling
Right.
with Kobe, because there had been hit or miss.
Yep.
You know, everyone like there had been, you know, Kevin Garnett. Everybody thought, oh, you take a high school a player out of high school, they're Kevin Garnett.
Mhm.
That wasn't the case.
And even when Kevin Garnett was a rookie, like he had growing pains. He wasn't like, it wasn't like LeBron coming in his rookie year. Like Kevin Garnett was just like
LeBron coming in his rookie year.
But it was like Kevin Garnett's here. Okay, the rookie. Off the top of my head, maybe he averaged 11 points. I feel like it's like 7 points a game he averaged his rookie year. Maybe it was a little more than that. But he wasn't killing, right? It wasn't anything like, yo, this is the new wave. Like, look at what KG did.
Right.
These guys are crazy. You got to bring them in here. It was still like a whole, I don't know. I don't know if we're doing this. But, yeah, Kobe would have blew the doors.
So
off
what
all
Kenny
that.
is saying, he was 10.4 his rookie year. Kevin Garnett was 10.4, played 80 games, started in 43 of them. Woj just tweeted that Luka Doncic has agreed to sign a landmark. What? A landmark 5-year, $207 million Supermax rookie extension. That from his agent Bill Duffy, which
good for
explains all
Luka
the
Doncic.
strong words that Woj put in there.
Good for him. Getting the bag.
Got to. Deservedly so. 5 years, $207 million. Deservedly so. Kevin Garnett, 10.4 points his first year, 17 his second, 18.5, 20.8, 22.9. It wasn't until his, what is that, sixth year that his point total didn't rise, and it just went from 22.9 to 22.0. KG was bad, but then you've got Kevin Garnett's got those frustrating final years of his career. 6.5 points per game, 6.8 points per game, 3.2 points per game. Like he has that frustrating finish that we saw. Like Garnett had it, Shaquille O'Neal had it. Like there are guys that just have. It's going to be wild when LeBron walks away averaging 26 points per game.
Right, LeBron ain't having that.
Like LeBron's
I would just say
be,
that right now. LeBron's not having that.
It's like 26-10 is going to be his retirement numbers.
LeBron's going to be like Jordan.
Yeah.
Remember Jordan 20 points a game with the Wizards.
Yep. No, he was very good with Washington.
How old was he?
Well,
he was in his 40s, right? Yeah, he was in his 40s.
Maybe not in his 40s, but maybe 40.
Okay.
I'll pull it up.
Because I'm trying to figure out. I thought he was like 38 when maybe he was 36 when he stopped playing for the Bulls.
I think that was 36, but I will attempt to confirm as I typed Michael Jordan into Basketball Reference, and apparently it wasn't sure who I was talking about.
Oh.
He was
okay.
30. Well, he started the season at 39. His birthday's in February, so he retired he retired when he was 40.
February 17th.
He averaged 20 points per game.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it February 10th or February 17th?
I just know it's February because of the All-Star game, and the most important ticket is the ticket to Michael Jordan's party. Yeah, he averaged 22.9 and 20 with at the ages of 39, 38,
boy
39.
Came back into the league and put up 22. They wouldn't even scoring points like that at that point in the NBA.
So again, remember, LeBron is going to average 26 points when he retires. Like his final year at 40 whatever, he's going to be averaging like 26 and 8.
Damn.
His last year with Chicago, he was 34. He was averaging 28.7.
Mike was silly, bro. Mike was silly.
Back at some of these numbers is ridiculous. He led the league in scoring just always 37.1 points
That
per
88,
game.
what was that, 88 or 87? That was an insane season.
That was
bro.
the 86, 87 year.
Oh
it was
my
the 88
gosh.
year that he won everything. That he
How you
won
gonna be-
Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year.
How many did he average that year? I thought that was the year he averaged
35.
37.
He averaged 35 that year.
How you just gonna do that, Mike?
He
How you
averaged-
just gonna do that?
He averaged 37 a year after playing 18 games.
Yo, Mike was crazy.
Incredible.
So Mike really seems like one of those guys. He was the third pick, but if they had a summer league for Mike, I could see him like, oh, he's kind of good at North Carolina. He's really good at North Carolina. And him getting out of that North Carolina system and going to a summer league situation and just going crazy.
Well, that's what LeBron did. LeBron played in Summer League.
Yeah, he got dunked on.
I remember that.
LeBron, they banged on his head in the first. It was like the first game too.
I don't remember who it was, but
It was like a redheaded white guy.
LeBron's going to thank the redheaded white guy at his Hall of Fame speech. Watch. LeBron's going to go full Jordan in his Hall of Fame speech. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. No need to go anywhere. We'll watch the Kings Summer League game with you. If you're in the car, no worries. We'll keep you updated on everything that is going on. There's nowhere to get play-by-play coverage of this game on the radio, so don't worry. We're just going to watch it with you. And we're not going to exactly do play-by-play because, well, it's Summer League. But we will talk about what we see, and we'll talk about overall Kings topics as a lot of people, James Ham, Jason Henderson, they're writing about Monte McNair searching for that big fish, searching for the big whale, searching for that superstar, searching for that big name to kind of tie this offseason together. You know, I asked if you considered Monte McNair's offseason so far successful, and the grade I most hope to give Monte McNair is incomplete, because I don't want to believe that he's done. I want to believe that there's more moves to be made, or perhaps one more move to make. And
that's all he needs is one.
Are we setting ourselves up for disappointment here, though? We're asking this man to go land an all-star. We're asking him to land an all-star caliber player. That's a tall task. Normally when stuff like that happens, and it does happen regularly, by the way, it happens every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's situations like James Harden.
Yeah.
It's situations like Russell Westbrook. Every once in a while, it's situations like Kevin Durant, where they have control to go where they want to, or Kyrie Irving, who they have control to go where they want to.
Yeah.
But then you can land with Paul George situations, who asked out of Oklahoma City. You could land in those type of scenarios as well. It's rare that all's quiet and all of a sudden a superstar caliber is traded. That doesn't happen very often.
No. And so you asked if we're setting ourselves up for failure or for disappointment, for disappointment. And I would say no, because I wouldn't be disappointed necessarily if they didn't make a deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of people are like, yo, they have to make a deal. They can't come back with the same team. You remember, I've never been of that belief.
No,
I'm of the belief if they come back with the same team, the goal still applies. The goal is still at hand. This team that they put together, say they leave Bagley and Buddy Hield on the squad. Yeah, minutes might be a mess. It might be uneasy up in there, but they absolutely have enough talent to get to where they want to go, and that's the postseason. Mm-hmm. So there wouldn't, not setting up disappointment for me. You just got more firepower, and you got a situation where eventually, if the right deal comes along, you have the pieces to be able to make that deal that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's all right with me.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay. Hey, just asking. Because I think there are some people that would be disappointed.
I know there definitely would be some people that would be disappointed.
And I would understand why. I would understand why people were disappointed. I mean, again, part of it is because we've set ourselves up for it. Like we keep talking about it, whether it's Ben Simmons or it's Pascal Siakam or it's whoever. Like we keep talking about who that player could be. And, I think Rich asked a great question right here. Is there a, quote, big name that could be reasonably traded for that we haven't mentioned? Again, big names aren't often traded without something attached to it.
Right.
We're not talking a lot about Porzingis, but I think a lot of that is self-preservation, as we don't necessarily want that one to happen. I'm not as against it as some others are, but I don't love it either. Like if I were to do a power rankings of trade acquisitions, that would be on the lowest. That'd be the lowest ranking. Yeah,
and I think I don't know if that would be a disappointment, right? Like I don't know. I keep saying I look at Porzingis, 20 points, 8 rebounds a night. Still 20 points and 8 rebounds a night. It's more than what Marvin Bagley was giving you, assuming he was in the trade. Probably played more games than Marvin Bagley last year as well. So I don't know. I'd be just fine with that. I feel like that one is out there. Like we don't talk about it. Yeah, but I feel like that's the one. That's probably the number one deal that's most realistic, to be honest.
Okay. It's the most realistic because he's the most likely to be moved of the different names.
Yeah. If I had to choose one of the guys that was most likely to be moved, I would say it's Porzingis.
Porzingis. Okay. Well, he saw that deal come in for Luka Doncic, so he might be thinking, yep, I'm done. I'm done here.
Now, I will say this, though, because I think somebody else in here, maybe it was a tongue-in-cheek statement, but they were like, Luka's made them cash-strapped or whatever the case may be. This doesn't really have that much to do with their salary cap, does it?
Porzingis?
No, Luka.
No.
Because it's their own guy. I'm sure that's what they were planning on doing.
Yeah, no, this doesn't affect that at all. Not a bit. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's the one. Or there isn't one.
That's the other thing that people. So maybe that's why. Look, so maybe that's why I'm not as possibly disappointed, because slim pickings out there, man. Slim pickings. There's not a lot of moves to be made to the level of what people are expecting.
What we're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You're looking literally at Siakam. I guess you put Ben Simmons in there as well, Porzingis, and hoping that the other side is like, okay, this is good enough. You may have to bring these guys back. Keep saying it. You may have to bring them back. And I don't think that's the worst thing.
So bring him back for the start of the season, bring him back for the entire season. Like, is this, if you had to place your money on something, if you had to place your money on this current August 9th edition of the Sacramento Kings roster, this is the roster that starts the season. Would you place your money on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I would.
You put your whole $25 weekly gambling allowance on it?
I would. Absolutely. I need to check with Quentin Mayo first, though.
True that. Always the best thing to do. Bet MGM. Okay. Second scenario. All-Star break. All-Star trade deadline. Now, I don't want to go so far to say like trades will probably happen, but let's say like, is the impactful portion of the roster the same at the trade deadline? Would you put your $25 weekly gambling allowance on that? On
if like, let me get clarification. So if those
like
guys,
Buddy, Marvin,
if they're moved by the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I think so. They may start. Yeah. They may start with that roster. I don't think they would finish with that roster.
Okay, that's what I was trying to getting at, and you put it in a significantly simpler way than I did. I don't know why I constantly make things more complicated than they need to be, but that was definitely a case of me overcomplicating a question.
One of the things
the roster will change as the season goes along.
One of the things I can say is the moving DeLon Wright frees up a spot, right? So moving DeLon Wright,
but does it?
It does, because I'll say like this: you can go 3 guard off the bench with Davion, Buddy, Terrence Davis. Mo Harkless is your backup 4. Now I know you got Tristan and everything there, or whatever the case may be. So maybe that's where the logjam is. But let's just say nobody was traded from here to the start of the season. That's not inconceivable to have a 3-guard lineup on your bench, because you're not dealing with like a 6'9" wing coming off the bench like that. Like, you can go 3-guard off the bench. And like I said, Davion, Terrence, Buddy, Mo Harkless at the 4, and then do whatever you want at the 5, whether it's Tristan or Alex Lynn or anything like that. I know Metu is in that discussion as well. So, maybe he's fighting for playing time, but Metu, who we really like. Right now, I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to disrespect the guy.
I know,
I'm not looking at it like, yo, we got Metu 25 minutes a night. Like, he's really a guy where if injuries are happening, your depth is taking a toll, you're not going to go falling off the deep end if you got to play Metu because the guy's being hurt. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, of course, because you no matter what you think about your depth, you don't want injuries. You want position 1, A1 to be there. QB1 at every position has been the popular term this week.
No, I know you're gonna say something, but I was on the other side. We could talk about it more. We were talking about what we want to see out of summer league.
Yeah,
there's a couple of guys I forgot.
Okay. So you've got guys with summer league that you want to talk about, but I got guys in the season that I want to talk about. And while De'Aaron is obvious, I got my eyes on someone else, someone in particular who I want to see a little bit more from. And it's not Metu and it's not Louis the King. Like, it's a dude on the roster, and it's a dude we like and love. But, things have changed a little bit. We'll explain what we're talking about. The game will be underway. We'll keep you updated. It's a watch along with here, D'Lo and KC, as Summer League gets underway for your Sacramento Kings on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Boy, this is taking. You got the book night interview up? Like, it's like man, this is the longest interview in history.
Yeah, just
on.
I feel like they were probably waiting for. They probably had a game run a little long.
They did.
This is old school travel ball rules. You got to wait for one court to get cleared, and then they got to get their warm-ups and all that other stuff.
Yeah, that must be it. There we go.
Oh, come on. What? They're just not going to pay for the $6 sports package up there. That's what. Come on, man.
Hey. Yeah, I got it pulled up on I don't even have a TV in this room. I got it pulled up on the iPad.
Yeah, you said. Had you seen that before?
Here it is.
Yeah, the guy's name was Brenton Johnson or something like that.
Magic versus Cavs. Crowded house.
Keith Bogan's
Ron walking into summer league
with a tank.
Ron, the Kang.
Hey, we brag about Sacramento. Orlando was lit. Orlando was a full house there with their summer league. I wonder why they stopped having it at the arena. They had it like in the practice facility after that. Makes no sense.
Oh, I can't. It's funny just watch it. Like how big LeBron's jersey is. Like it's enormous. Like this is. Ooh, Yep.
So I saw that.
He's like, this your king? This your king?
I saw that clip. I saw the YouTube video that you're talking about. And the first thing that came to my mind, because I think I saw DeJuan Wagner in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
First thing that came to my mind was Ricky Davis after LeBron was drafted saying, man, they came in there, got me some help. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yes. This is about you.
Ricky thought he was
that's hilarious.
The future and the present.
Hey, appreciate you, Patrick. I don't know if you're still in the chat. Patrick said he was digging the house show today. Appreciate it.
I gotta go back and watch the house show, man, because I need to know what's going on here. So they're taking over NXT.
Vince fired a bunch of guys this weekend.
I wonder why they're firing people.
There's some speculation. That's funny. There's some speculation out there. I can't believe it. Like, I won't believe it till it happens, but maybe it's going to happen. I don't know. Oh, we had 124. All right. Thank y'all for keeping them likes up, man. We appreciate it. And them subscriptions. Them prescriptions. Y'all got them prescriptions popping. Appreciate y'all.
Everybody played yesterday. I missed everybody playing yesterday.
Jalen
Green, Kate Cunningham, Evan Mobley. I missed them.
I think the next chapter of the D'Lo and KC YouTube page took effect today.
Oh.
Yeah, I got the notice that we had been approved for monetization.
Let's go.
Yeah, baby.
Speaking of, let's go. Davion Mitchell. Oh, baby, let's go.
Yeah.
Make him dance. Make him dance, Davion.
Woo! Yeah, don't mind us. Kings game is underway, and we are watching along with you. You're not going to get play-by-play coverage anywhere else, so if you don't have NBA TV, no problem. We have got you covered, and let's be honest, you don't want to hear those announcers. Anyway, If you want to hear D'Lo and KC, you could two-screen us on Twitch and YouTube. You can listen on the Odyssey app, and if you're listening on 1320 AM, no worries. We got you covered. It's Davion.
Make him dance, Davion.
He's out there. He's out there putting in work here. In the early minutes. You said you wanted to see something from him. Well, you may very well see that as we're very, very early into this game as they aired the longest James Bouknight interview in history.
To be fair, Scotty Barnes was in there as well.
I did. I missed Scotty. All I saw was Bouknight. Every time I looked at the iPad, it was Bouknight. I was like, oh my God, like this is like they're telling his autobiography, like right here. Like he's writing his autobiography before his first summer league game. A couple of other guys. Boy, Kai Jones hit social media with a vengeance this weekend.
I missed that, man. I heard some people talking about it. Let me pull it up right now.
Yeah, you got it. It's a very Blake. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Blake. It's a very Blake Griffin-y type dunk. It's a very Blake Griffin-y type dunk. Dwight Howard in the dunk con. It's a good one though.
Oh,
it's a good one. Yeah, that's a good. No, that was live. Yeah. That was live. That wasn't me. That was live. That was
okay.
That's Memorex. The other one was live. Like
okay.
You hear your so do you see why you confuse people? Did you hear your enthusiasm when you said okay?
No. Okay. So
it's exactly the same. That's why everybody's so confused.
You guys are. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Because yes, there was enthusiasm, but it was for Melo getting a deal. If Melo would have got a deal with OKC, I would have been like, okay, Melo. It was for Melo.
But you didn't. Okay, Melo versus
Lake Show. He got signed by the Lakers.
If it was Oklahoma City, you would have said okay, Melo. But because it was with the Lakers, you said
no. If it was OKC, I would have said okay, Thunder up or something like that. Whatever they say.
I don't know, man. You and I are pretty close. But you've known Jason Jones a little bit longer when we were all together. Like Jason greeted you as a fellow Laker fan. Like it was like he knew all along. Like I don't know.
He came with me with that nonsense, and this is what I said.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I don't do all that. I don't do all that Lake Show stuff, man.
Was that Iron Mike? What was that?
Yeah, he was like, "Yo, welcome to Laker Nation." I said, "Hey, back up, man.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I don't do all that."
Okay. I'm with it. The Kings are up right now, 5-3. And this one, Charlotte has some intriguing guys on their team too. I mentioned Kai Jones. He had obviously he hit social media with a vengeance.
Yeah, that was nasty.
A lot of eyes are going to be on James Bouknight, rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
What about LiAngelo? I don't want to go so far as to say you're high on LiAngelo Ball. But I
higher
think
than most.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, like, LiAngelo can ball, man.
Yeah. Okay. So LiAngelo can ball compared to like me and you, but like can LiAngelo ball when compared to other NBA players? Because he's been so far everybody's spot on. Why is his brother's name escaping me? LaMelo.
Oh,
No, LaMelo.
Okay.
LaMelo has always been regarded as the best of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Lonzo has always been regarded as a guy who just has tremendous vision of the court, and I'd argue LaMelo does too. LiAngelo has always been said to be the worst. That doesn't mean he's a bad basketball player. It means he's the worst of the three, and he hasn't found a place in the league yet. Again, it compared to me, he can ball. Compared to you, he's a good basketball player. But is LiAngelo really an NBA player?
I'll put it to you like this. I think there's no reason why Jello should not be on somebody's G League team, at the very least.
Okay.
There's no reason why not. And I haven't seen Jello play in a while, in a year or two. So maybe he's developed skills where he can be a legit NBA guy now. But
we had 16 in 16.
There's no reason why he shouldn't be in somebody's system. Jello can play.
But would you be? Is there a little bit more of a microscope on him for Kenny Caraway? Is it a Kenny Caraway microscope because he's one of the Ball brothers? Or like if you were just watching LiAngelo yesterday, just as a standalone basketball player, would you have watched him thinking, "Oh man, this kid, this is an NBA kid right here. This dude should be on a team"? Or are you swayed a little bit by, LaMelo's good, Lonzo's good?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, LiAngelo's got, like, you could get LiAngelo on a roster. That's easy.
I didn't see the game yesterday, so I want to say that. But from seeing what I've seen of him in the past, somebody would say LiAngelo Ball, like, oh, I know he gets buckets. Now, was he able to refine his game? Can he defend on that NBA level? And I don't know, but I know he gets buckets. I know that much. And there's a bunch of guys that we see all the time who aren't in the NBA, who are in the basketball tournament, or who we know are overseas, who like, yo, he can score. He can get buckets. For one reason or another, he's not in the NBA, but he can get buckets. So I will look at him like that. Yeah, you saw it. Throw it up. Go get that thing. Go get that thing.
Davion threw the ball like a mile in the air. Who was that who caught that?
Ketu?
Nemi Kedu. Yeah.
Kedu is huge.
Wow.
He is huge.
That was a hell of a pass, too. Davion. Oh, he throws it. He almost like hook shots it over his head. And Kedu gets it. A monster dunk, man. That was beautiful.
He is huge.
That'll hit the push notifications. Yeah, that'll hit the push notifications. That'll be out there for sure. We should mention this as they go to their first commercial break. Metu's got 5 early points here for the Kings, but it's Louis the King, Chimezi Metu, Ketau, who we were just talking about right there, Davion Mitchell, and Jamias Ramsey gets the start. Don't make that face. Like, let the brother give a chance.
No, that's a good segue into the tease that we had.
Oh,
I talked about, I wanted to see Davion Mitchell. I want to see Louis the King. I agree with you. Metu, even K2. All right.
K-Tau.
K-Town. You guys are confusing me with this.
What is it?
I need to. I'm gonna go do my homework tonight, and I'm gonna get the official.
What
it is.
TUH.
I've heard 4 different
K2.
different things.
Met2 K2. It's not Met. It's not K2. K-Tau. I think it's K-Tau.
I thought it was. Didn't I say
Kata.
K2?
Is it Kata? Nemi Kata? K. Damn it. It's phonetically spelled right there in front of me. It is phonetically spelled KAY-TUH. And I know Deuce said it and James said it the same way. And those are, Deuce is a broadcaster. He knows he's got the name right. And I can't remember what he said. Kata. Oh, that's what it is.
Kata.
It's Kata.
Kata.
God, how stupid are you when you can't even read it phonetically? It is Neemias Kata. Goodness gracious.
It's a big boy out there. But, I want to see Kata out there.
Yeah.
And 2 other guys that I need to see a little something from. I need to see a little something from Robert Woodard and Jemias Ramsey.
Okay.
Because
you were not pleased with their California Classic performance.
I was not pleased with it, to say the least. And we got a little bit of a situation here. I don't know what the contract things. I don't know what you're able to do or whatever the case may be. But we're going to be moving on from Justin James right now. And I'm going to tell you like this. If I was given the choice, do I move on from Justin James or Jemias Ramsey? Absolutely. I'm moving on from Jemias Ramsey.
Yeah,
I'm probably feeling the same way about Robert Woodard.
I hear you.
From what I've seen. So I think the Kings got to make a decision by the 15th, the end of the week sometime. That's
on James. I think,
on James. They got to make a decision by Sunday. If I don't see anything, and I think they got 3 games before Sunday. If I don't see anything in the 3 games before Sunday, I don't know, man. And like I said, I don't know what the rules and what they got to do for guarantees and stuff like that with Justin James. So maybe that solves it for itself. But I absolutely will be keeping Justin as opposed to Jemias or Robert Woodard right now. So I got to see something from these guys.
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to see something from them that quick.
I got to see something.
I hear you. I mean, I now play Oliver Stone here, JFK the sequel. Monte McNair probably is aware of that, which may be why we saw Jemias Ramsey get the start today. Put him out there. We need to get a really good evaluation of where this young man is right now. Yeah. Is he someone we need to keep on the roster and run with for a while? Or do we ride with Justin James, who we've seen play real NBA minutes and, play them pretty well?
And let me say this then. Let me also say this and be absolutely fair to Jemias, more Jemias than Robert Woodard. But Justin James came in as a rookie and probably looked a little like Jemias right now. He's been in the league. This is going to be going on his 3rd year. He's had an whole NBA offseason, a couple of them, and he's like 24, 25. Jemias might be 20 right now. So there's the way I feel about Justin James right now. There's nothing saying that Jemias can't be in the same boat 3 years from now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So maybe that's a little unfair to be like, hey, I need you to look better than Justin James. I'm not even saying that, though. I'm just saying, just show me something to say, okay, this is why we're keeping this guy around.
But I mean, you can, not understanding how all of this stuff works with, because there's rosters, there's 2 ways, then there's G leagues. There's no reason Jemias couldn't be a G League guy.
No, not at all. Yeah,
because I think that's ultimately what you want, right? He lost his opportunity to develop last year in the G League, or at least have the opportunity to develop in the G League last year. He didn't get that. Woodard didn't either because of the circumstances surrounding the G League.
Right.
Everybody has been in agreement from James Ham to Deuce to Mo. They've all been in agreement that would have helped them. Everyone we've talked to regarding those guys have said, yeah, that absolutely would have helped them. They didn't have it. They need the time to play basketball with the way that the schedule was last year. Hell, with the way the schedule is every year. Luke didn't even have time to practice last year.
Right.
Which means those guys weren't getting any run. They're getting workouts in with Bobby before the game or whoever their position coach is. They're just Lindsay, whatever it may be. And that's the extent of it. They're training. They're training like you are.
Mm-hmm.
They're training like I am.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They're not getting the work that NBA players need to get to become better NBA players. Perhaps on a Stockton-only contract, you can get that. But again, I don't understand, the dynamics of it. That's something that their agents will have to work on and kind of go out there and figure out. And, based on what we've seen, it's not like I can't imagine. Oh, somebody give me that Jamias Ramsey kid out of Sacramento. I don't imagine like a lot of those conversations are having in the front office, but not because, not because of those guys. It's just they haven't been able to establish themselves yet. They haven't been able to make any sort of mark yet.
Yeah.
So
I want to see a glimmer of hope from these guys. I do want to see a glimmer of hope. With
that said, though, Justin James, main roster? Because
I don't think so.
Not gone no matter what.
Yeah, I don't think they got enough room for him.
Ooh.
And I don't know how that works out. Like I said, I don't know what it is as far as it can't be two-way, I don't think, but does he have Stockton options or I don't know.
I was under the assumption that Louis the King would be the other two-way guy.
Maybe it's between him and Justin.
Book night Mitchell on defense on book night. My goodness.
Your boy Terry almost just had a Kai Jones moment.
Emmanuel Terry. That's one of my favorites. I was talking with Sarah Hodges about Emmanuel Terry last night on CBS 13. Davion on the defensive end, man, that dude is special.
Yeah, he's a problem.
He's a problem. That off night is super legit. Ooh, and he sure did almost have a Kai Jones. How are we both streaming and I'm still behind you?
I don't know.
Why?
What are you on? What do you use? NBA app?
Nah, I'm using You're using the NBA app?
No.
Oh, are you?
No.
Are you doing something unsavory?
No, I'm legal. I'm using the Xfinity app.
Okay, I'm on something similar. I'm on something similar. I'm just saying. It's a legit app. It just ain't my login. What do you want me to say? Hulu doesn't have NBA TV on it.
Oh, Hulu, step your game up.
Hey, come on, Hulu, let's get stronger out there.
Yeah, step your game up. But no, so
Kings are up, by the way, 14-9 in a commercial break right now. Hey, I said my eyes were on Metu. They're on Metu, but he's hitting at the free throw line.
Well, look here, man. Look, man. Like I said, maybe it's just for a little, he needs a little work, and he's not like core. Well, he's core here on D-Long KC.
Okay.
But that two don't need to be out here. But one of the things that I thought about was, and I thought about in the California Classic, poor Davion, he wasn't playing with too many NBA guys out there. So maybe the Kings looked at it like, man, we got to get at least one NBA guy out there. Because one of the things that he doesn't have that a couple other guys are going to have in this Vegas Summer League at the very least is they're going to have second-year guys out there. You know what I mean? We saw Detroit out there with Sadiq Bey, along with Cade Cunningham. Isaac Okoro is playing with Cleveland.
I think we were talking about Emmanuel Quigley earlier, too.
Emmanuel Quigley, went crazy at 32 today. So Davion don't have his second-year guy. Tyrese has no business being out there. So they could be looking at it as a situation, let's get oh, boy.
See, this is annoying. Like Kenny's in front of me like this is trash. Like I don't like this. Like you're reacting to something. Now I feel like a radio listener. Like I don't know what's going on here.
Your boy Coleman is back at it again, and not in a good way.
Oh no. Oh no. You got we're not doing play by play. I'm just saying.
I caught it out of the corner of my eye. It should be coming up for you.
Now we've got missed free throws happening. We've got
Coleman. Yeah. But so
don't my man Coleman's trying. Oh, here we go. Oh gosh, man, Coleman just missed
Coleman with
God.
the missed. He did fake the funk on the nasty dunk right there. Because Coleman with the missed dunk.
I mean, he's laughing. He missed a. Did he? I think he couldn't decide whether he was going to dunk or lay it up, and he didn't get high enough. And then he tackles. I didn't even see who it was. He tackled somebody on the other end to kind of slow things down. Oh man.
Tough.
He looked so graceful the first half in the California Classic. He looked so good, and I feel like everything has gone very badly for him since. Like he has two very bad lowlights.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the young guy. But yeah, that completely threw me off. I forgot what I was talking about.
I don't know. I'm just agitated that no matter what, I wind up like 30 seconds behind you, no matter what app I'm streaming from.
One thing that's going on in this game though is ain't nobody shooting well. So the field goal percentages are bad.
No. This is not an offensive classic here. I think we can say that handily.
Oh, that's what I was saying though.
This is not a classic.
Getting Metu out. Metu don't really need to be out there. He don't need to be out there. Metu good. He an NBA player. He good. But I think they did it to help Davion out a little bit because, like I was saying, he don't have too many NBA guys out there on that roster. I mean, now like somebody like Emmanuel Terry, he could make an NBA roster. You know, DJ Stewart. You know, there's a couple other guys that can make an NBA roster. But I look at Metu as a bona fide NBA guy. Like he deserves. He's an NBA guy. Whether that's the 12th man or whatever, he's NBA. Kings didn't really have too many of those guys.
We speculated on this when Bobby was hired as a head coach for the Stockton team, and when we found out he was going to be coaching the Summer League and the California Classic. And we talked about it just a moment ago too, Casey, that Bobby was going to make you work in the sense of if you didn't work, you wouldn't play.
Right.
And as sloppy as this game may be offensively, and that's often the case in Summer League games, they're busting their ass on the defensive end. Like it's almost, you know, I would love to say this is the Davion Mitchell effect. It's defense is contagious, and that very well may be 100% accurate. But I also believe this is what Bobby is telling them. You are going to go out there and bust your ass on the defensive end. And if you don't, you won't play. I don't care if it's the Summer League or the California Classic or it's freaking practice. You're going to do this the way that I want you to do it. You're going to put out that effort. And that's, you know, one thing, again, we understand that this is just Summer League. These boys are out there. They're moving on the defensive end.
Yeah, I love seeing it, man. I love seeing it.
If you're a Kings fan.
Yeah, and that's, we talked about it so many times where this Kings team last year, if they were just below average on the defensive end, you're probably maybe looking at a postseason berth. You may be looking at a playing game situation. They were ungodly bad on the defensive end. They were terrible at rebounding. So the two things that this whole entire organization needs to get better at immediately is defending and protecting the boards. And that's one of the reasons why we talk about a Tristan Thompson and some of the depth there. I mean, these guys, they should be bullies on the board this year. I'm expecting them to rebound, and that's one thing that he can bring to the table. So I like the fact that Bobby, Monte, even Luke, they seem to be having that type of mentality and that type of outlook from the ground up. Like, this is just what we're going to do. We're going to get grimy out there on the defensive end, and we're going to let everything else fall where they may be. I know I say a lot of the times when I was coaching, we're going to defend, period. Because I can get you open. I can get you open and you can get a open jump shot and everything. That's not an issue. But we have to defend before we do anything else. If we win a game 17-16, cool. I'm okay with that, but not defending is not an option. And I think that's what they're trying to establish with this with this whole organization right now.
Emmanuel Terry with a nice little dunk there.
Yeah. Robert Woodard. I'm trying to find the words about how bad that charge was. I mean, it was god awful.
You're done with Woodard and Ramsey.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen the charge. You'll see the charge in seconds. I mean, what are you doing? Really, what are you doing?
He's a big fan of Derrick Henry. And he thought, you know what? I've seen what Derrick Henry does. I'm a good sized dude. I'm just going to drop my shoulder like DH does and see what happens.
And you're on like a 3-on-2. Pass the ball.
The worst part was when he committed the charge, his body was like turned in a direction where there was no one. It's like, what? It was legit. It is legitimately what are you doing? Like, what was your plan here on this particular play, Bobby?
It was going to happen.
What were you hoping to accomplish? That's what I want Bobby to ask him when he comes. Hey, come here. What were you hoping to accomplish there on that particular play?
Hey, man, these boys got to show me something, man. These boys got to show me something, man.
I don't know.
What are the Ramsey? And more so, like,
bro,
Ramsey, if you want to say, hey, give him a year, let him develop, I'm okay with that. Woodard, I think Woodard was a junior coming out of Texas A&M. All right, he should know better. And he should be showing a little bit more than what he has shown thus far.
Yeah. First quarter's over, by the way. Kings are up 16 to 13 right now. Metu still leads the way. He's perfect at the foul line, 5 of 5. He has 7 points on the day right now. Book Night just has his 2 free throws. Kai Jones, nothing in the bucket for him yet. And LiAngelo just got into the game. So actually, I think that dunk from Terry was on LiAngelo. I'm not 100% positive, but I think
never said he was a defensive stalwart.
That's fine. We were talking about defense and Bobby and his what we believe will be kind of his coaching philosophy, or maybe not even philosophy, but a mandate.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mentioned this to you last week and feel like it's worth bringing up again as the second quarter gets underway. How does Luke approach this with a bunch of guys who are defensive minded, with a general manager who appears to be defensive minded? He now has, as you like to say, he has the horses, right? He now has the roster that can play. We talked about, don't be one of the worst defensives ever. Just be a slightly below average team on the defensive end, and you're probably in the postseason.
Right.
Now, we talk about that with the, the guys who are around post-trade deadline. Well, one of the big things that you hang your hat on in this discussion is, well, the Kings were they, a top 10 scoring team or pretty close to it?
Yeah, for a lot of the year, they were around the top 10.
So they I'm glad you said that, because they may not have been a top 10 team a top 10 scoring team if those guys were around the entire year, because maybe they're not as strong as scorers. Maybe the pace is a little bit different. Who really knows? The point that I'm getting at, again, I have long-winded ways of getting to points, but I always get there. No matter how many times I get lost, I get there. I'm like Michael Scott in the middle of a sentence. See, you're starting to get these references. I like it. Kenny was watching The Office. I'm with it.
Check out my review of the first 3 episodes of The Office on the Post Show on YouTube, Twitch.
Indeed, the City Center Financial Post Show. Now that Luke has the defensive guys, can he be a better defensive coach?
I think so. I absolutely think so. I think at his core, especially like when you talk about how he's learned the game. Luke talked about that last year. Talked about how he learned the game and the guys that he played under and the teaching. And you even think about somebody like his dad. You know what I mean? Bill Walton is a student of the game, and he learned from John Wooden. And defense is, I say all this to say, defense, I'm sure, has been ingrained in the way Luke Walton approaches the game of basketball. And that's probably where he wants to have the foundation of his team be this year and still be able to score. But I think he has the guys now that have the same type of vision, that are committed to it. And number one, just has enough guys. Remember in that first half of the season or whatever the case may be, and they were only going about 6-7 deep. We got guys like Belly who refuse to play playing games and things of that nature, and we're going very deep. And those guys that were out there, number one, it was part them not being able to be the best defenders. But number two, like my partner Jason Jones on the Jace Revives pointed out a number of times, they're probably just dog tired. They couldn't give that type of effort out there because after a while, they're just out of gas. So now you have a deep enough roster where you can get guys rest. You can go out there and say, hey, I need you to lock in Terrence Davis on the defensive end. Terrence Davis is willing to lock in on the defensive end. Davion Mitchell is willing to lock in on the defensive end. I think he has the personnel and he has the horses to play the type of basketball that is in his DNA to play. And that's a defensive philosophy being the foundation for what you're trying to do.
Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan. Morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day. Insights from local and national experts. Entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network streaming now on Odyssey. I know this is an overreaction, and it's fine. I'll take it. The Kings' defense is really, really noticeable. Yes. In the early minutes of this summer league game right now. There's still 7 minutes left in the second half, and they have, and I think it's fair to say this, they have forced Charlotte into 8 turnovers.
Defense is everything right now.
Emmanuel Terry's got a couple of steals here, as does Louis the King. For those of you who aren't too screening with us right now, it's noticeable. If you plan to go back and watch the game later, the defense really, really stands out. Now, it's not the most fluid offensive performance from either of the teams, so I do want to be I want to be fair to the story. But you're noticing the work on the defensive end, and Davion Mitchell with great eyes out there as he runs the fast break, leading to the Kings getting to the foul line. It'll be interesting to see, and I think this is what all Kings fans are going to be watching for as the regular season gets going, regardless of Buddy Hield's status, regardless of Marvin Bagley's status. Though those two are going to play an important factor in what I'm going to say next, and if anybody else is acquired along the way. I think this fan base, especially with what we've seen from this offseason, is going to be looking primarily at the defensive end. Now, that reminds me, I had said something to you earlier that I wanted to point out, because we've been talking about players that we've been looking forward to seeing in Summer League and things that we wanted to see from Mets, or Jamias Ramsey or Robert Woodard and Louis the King. We know that this team goes as De'Aaron Fox goes. Mm-hmm. And we all expect Tyrese Halliburton to either be as good as he was last year or even take another step forward. I'm expecting something from Richaun Holmes. And Richaun is a guy who really wants to be looked at as a good defender. Richaun really wants to be looked at as a great defender. Mm-hmm. Richaun has a goal of making an all-defensive team. And now that he has a better group of defensive guys around him, I'm expecting his defense to stand out a little bit more.
I would agree with that. I would agree. And he has the capability of being a better defender. Now, we talked about this. I think it was Keith Smith was on here, and he was talking about Tristan Thompson. And he talks about Tristan Thompson being a good defender against big bodies. You know, he didn't have the ability to switch out there and do all that other stuff on the perimeter, but he can handle the big bodies. I feel like Richaun Holmes does have the capability to switch out there and do some things on the perimeter in pick and rolls and things of that nature. I think he'll be able to do that a lot more this year without having to bang bodies down low all the time. Like, I'm not even saying Tristan will play 30 minutes one night and Rashawn will play. It's not that type of thing, but you can move. Rashawn don't have to play 35 against Embiid. You know what I'm saying? You can maybe have different lineups and do different things. You can go into a defensive type lineup where Rashawn is out there, Tristan is out there, and then you're focused more on the defensive end. And I say all this to say it's just gonna accentuate his ability to be the defender that he believes he is and that he wants to be with these other guys around him on the perimeter.
And, his contract is different now. So it's not, oh, man, Rashawn's really outperforming that 2-year, $10 million contract he signed. Now it's like, and it's not outrageous. Okay, he got the early bird rights, but it's not the contract he had before. And you know as well as I do, when that money changes, your expectations change. Now, Rashawn is not overpaid by any stretch of the imagination. You can even argue like, hey, maybe the first Kings player in recent memory to be paid perfectly. He is paid perfectly. Yeah. And still, though, it's not the cute underdog story it was before. It's like, okay, Rashawn, you core.
Mm-hmm.
We expect you to be core guy. And I know that this isn't talked about much outside of D'Lo and KC, but not only do we expect you to be core guy, we expect you to be around for most of the season.
Yes.
Because if we have an issue where, hey, Rashawn Holmes is out for the next 3 to 6 weeks, the next 4 to 6 weeks, Rashawn's out for the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to sit here looking like, okay. So what's the difference between Rashawn and Marvin again? Because Rashawn misses time too.
Let me ask you this though: when you talk about Marvin and Rashawn, if Rashawn plays the same way he did last year, is that okay now? Is that okay?
Absolutely,
okay.
Absolutely. Okay. On the offensive end,
I mean both. I mean everything.
No, I want to see him be. I want his defensive presence to be more noticeable. Now, again, it has to be stated is. And you point this out, a lot. You can have one good defender, but if you have 4 that are bad, it's never going to amount to anything. Like if Davion Mitchell is out there, you'll notice what he's doing on ball. Mm-hmm. Once that ball gets out of his hands and it makes its way to the other side of the court, and you've given up 2 points, or you've given up 3 points, you're going to forget what Davion just did 7 seconds ago. Because it resulted in the air being let out of the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
So with Rashawn now having a better group of defenders out there, I'm expecting, and maybe my answer was a bit unfair. Maybe his impact or maybe his work on the defensive end will be exactly the same. But because of the guys around him, it'll be more impactful, which is why the Marvin Bagley, Buddy Hield stuff remains in question. Not because of contracts, not because of potential all-stars, not because of big fish, big whales, nothing like that, but because of their 2 defensive liabilities.
Yeah, I mean...
And they don't fit. In that sense, they don't fit.
No, they don't. They don't. And off the top of my head, they don't seem to fit the identity of what this team is trying to do. The no disrespect to them. It's the level of toughness, the level of grit. They haven't shown that they've been able to dig down and have that type of grit, that type of toughness in their game. Mm-hmm. Do they have it? Maybe. Mm-hmm. Haven't shown it yet, though, and they don't fit with what they're trying to do. I hope a couple of them get with it. We'll see if it happens. I mean, Bagley.
Well,
so he gets with it. I don't know if he's going to be here enough to get a chance to get with it, though.
And for my money, they have a guy who could wind up being one of the best de facto defensive coordinators in the game, and that being Doug Christie.
Mm-hmm.
So if Buddy and Marvin can't increase their defensive intensity or can't increase their defensive ability with Doug there, I don't think they can, period. I think I could increase my defensive ability in the NBA after a single conversation with Doug. I can't imagine being coached by Doug and having the physical talents that those guys have. So we're expecting a lot, especially after the first quarter or so of this quarter and a half of this summer league game. There's obviously a defensive mindset here from Bobby Jackson and this group out there, and we'll stick with you on the post show here through the first half. If you want to tune into the City Center Financial Post Show, go check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're at work, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, or you're listening on 1320 AM and you can't catch the game, no problem. Be back here at noon tomorrow, and we will recap it all. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a great rest of your day here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Hey, City Center Financial. Bringing you that post-show, man. Shout out to my man, Sam. He always going to take care of you. Me and Sam, we've been talking. I got to talk to Sam again because he's looking at some things for me, but he's always going to take care of you. You guys interested? Remember, before we start anything, City Center Financial, go citycenter.com. My main man Sam over there, he's going to take care of you. If you have refinance questions, if you're looking to buy your first home, anything, he's going to take care of you, man. So go check out Sam over there.
Most definitely. The Kings up right now, 27-18 with about 4 minutes left here in the first half. We're starting to see a variety of players start to enter the game, but my man Metu still leading the way. 10 minutes, 10 points for Freeport. Stand up.
Freeport, stand up, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, just about 3 minutes left here in the first half. You want to give us your early impressions? Is there's a stop and play on The Office? The first couple of episodes, those first moments of Michael Scott they're a little bit uncomfortable. They're a little bit uncomfortable.
So, like I said, I think we all know what's as Metu, nothing for Freeport.
We can hold off till the first half is over if you want. There's only 3 minutes left. It's 27-21 right now with about 3 and some change left.
No, we could talk about it. If anything happens, we could just break in. But I saw the first 3 episodes. The first one was just the introduction, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Second one was Diversity Day. And so I am a believer that yeah, I'll say it. I think you guys understand me. Race jokes can be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like you can understand the comedic element of a race joke. And I feel on The Office, that's what was going on, right? So it wasn't really cringe, whether it was they were jokes being made. And as long as everybody is, everybody is working or doing everything, understands what's going on, I think it could be okay. Diversity Day had some moments though, like when he was doing Chris Rock telling the joke, like it was funny. Like I didn't take it as offensive. I thought that was funny. But
that's not the it's and you'll learn this really in the second season. There's a moment in the second season where I feel like the whole series kind of changes. And this is me as like a big Office fan who's watched it a whole bunch. But you'll notice a big difference between the Michael Scott in season 1 and the Michael Scott in season 2 and the rest of the seasons after that. It's always awkward. It's always weird. Like that stuff never ends. Like the race jokes never end. The whole premise of The Office is essentially sexual harassment within the office place and like inappropriate behavior. Yeah, like that's the whole like bit of what The Office is. But Michael Scott is like, he's supposed to be this character and he comes across in an entirely different way in the first season. And you'll really notice it when the second season starts. And, when you get that far, like I'll tell you and I don't remember I know what episode it is, but I don't remember what number it is in the second, but there's a part to me where there's a pivotal point. It's such a low key scene that I don't know. Again, it's me as a diehard Office fan that put it together. it's such a low-key scene, but to me, it's like that's the moment where like that's the part of the show where everything changed. Where you're supposed to see Michael differently.
Got you. Now I enjoyed it though. Like I said, three episodes in. And The Office, even though I had never seen it, I was familiar with a couple of the people that were in there. I've seen the gifts. So like Steve Carell is his name, right?
They're in commercial break, by the way, right now. Just to give everybody a heads up. It's
Is it
31-21
Steve
right
Carell?
now. Steve Carell, yeah, that's Michael Scott. Yeah, Steve Carell.
He's always funny to me. I mean, he's always funny. 40-year-old version is hilarious to me. So I trust almost anything that he's in. I don't know if she plays a bigger role moving forward, but the Mindy Project lady, she's funny.
Her role gets substantially bigger moving forward.
Yeah.
Her character, she changes too. Like her character evolves over seasons. Like what you saw in those episodes, she becomes something totally different later.
Yeah. So, I mean, the premise of The Office, without ever even seeing it, I knew I was going to laugh at some point. And there was just little random stuff that I would just giggle at, throughout the show. So I'm looking forward to continuing to see it. Now, the question that I wanted to ask you, I don't even need to ask you because I already know what time it is. I'll ask the Chatty House.
Mm-hmm.
And David, no. Not reviewing.
No,
absolutely
not.
Is what's fun, and you can chime in on this, Dame, even though I know your answer. You can chime in.
Mm-hmm.
What's funnier, The Office or Modern Family? Because I really like Modern Family.
I like Modern Family too.
Makes me laugh.
I like Modern Family too. I've never rewatched Modern Family. Like if an episode was on somewhere, I don't know that I've even watched it on a streaming network. I just know that I think it used to be on the USA Network. Like it might come on before or after Raw. Yeah, so I might watch that, but I don't think I've ever like put it on a streaming network. So I'm going to say The Office. I've legitimately seen The Office all the way through more times than anything. Like I've seen it a lot. Like I've seen it a lot. Now there are episodes I skip, and you'll learn along the way too. Those episodes, but there's definitely episodes I skip. But the two, like if I'm just in total chill, don't want to think, don't have the energy for a movie, don't just want to be able to zone out, it's either The Office or Blackish, and that's it. Yeah. And the only stuff I skip on Blackish is that terrible breakup angle they did at the end of one of the seasons.
Yeah, that was.
Well, so you know why they did it? Kenya, that's what Kenya was going through. So they, like he wrote about it, and like, oh, that was horrible. So when I did my second watch through, I skipped it.
I was always waiting for the other shoe to drop on that, like they were joking or it was a dream or whatever the case may be. And geez, the way they got back together, that was terrible.
Yeah, it was dark. Yeah, it was super dark.
That was not okay. So, oh my gosh. DJ Stewart just did a floater from the top of the circle. Never seen one of those.
Poker Pro, who are you yelling at? Who's saying Office Space? I've never even seen. Oh, I see up here, Shy the Man. I watched The Office hoping it was Office Space and was kind of disappointed. That Shy the Man, that is your worst take ever. That is awful. Yes.
Office, funny, man.
Blackish Disneyland episode is hilarious. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
VIPs coming through.
Yeah, no. The Office is good though. I enjoyed it. Like I said, I watched 3 episodes. I was ready. Like it wasn't even like, okay, I'm done with this. I think it was late at night, so I went to sleep. I was ready to watch number 4.
The basketball episode.
It's easy to watch, man. It's easy to watch.
The basketball episode. And are you watching the super fan version?
I don't know.
Because you got Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
So so that when you go to episode 4, make sure you're watching the super fan edition because it's longer and it has all the deleted scenes in it. So instead of being like 22 minutes, it's 28. And there's some really funny stuff in there. So it's worth it. Yeah, it's worth it. And the basketball episode, it's like, oh, it's just the best. It's it's by far the best episode of season 1. It's arguably one of the best episodes of the series, period. It's that good.
Stanley already is just funny.
Yeah.
Just his demeanor, everything about him. I get the comedy in Stanley already. It's pretty funny.
This facts. You're probably going to watch the basketball episode a couple of times. Like everybody knows the basketball episode.
Oh man! All right. Can't wait for the back. Let me see. No Giants on tonight. Kings done early. Might get back in there tonight.
The first season's only like 6 episodes.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's very short.
I was surprised to see they had 9 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
And I think Steve leaves after the 9. Robert California would be 8. So I think he leaves in season 7. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, because Robert California first season and then the final season. Yeah. There's
yeah. By the way.
Yeah.
Not doing some good stuff out there.
No, some of that defensive intensity has been replaced by offensive disasterness. Metu leading the way though. Hall of Fame.
Easy
statue.
Work. Robert Woodard with the turnover on the inbounds pass.
Well, you're ready to cut Robert Woodard right now.
I mean, you got to do something out here.
You're ready to cut. Oh my gosh,
bro.
Robert Woodard has 4 turnovers.
Oh man, he's been terrible.
Robert Woodard has 4 turnovers in 7 minutes. He might get cut at halftime. Oh, that's awful.
He has been horrible.
Oh man, that's terrible.
And I don't see it getting any better. I'm not convinced that he's that good at basketball on the NBA level. He's got who's this with the ball now with the shot with the clock winding down? It's DJ Stewart, who took a terrible.
That's your boy. That's your boy.
Gosh, DJ Stewart. He might not even get to Stockton.
Oh, Summer League. See, it's just a reminder. Summer League can be tough. Summer League can be a tough watch. Oh. Well, it's halftime, and the Kings are up 31-27. I feel like they've had 31 for about 10 minutes. Yeah, this is rocky.
Off Night is doing his off night thing with James Book right now.
Yeah.
Book Night has now 4 points and 1 of 6.
Yep.
Oh, 3 from beyond the arc.
3 turnovers.
Oh. He's doing what he does.
Yeah. Davion with 4 points, 4 assists as well. 0 turnovers for Davion Mitchell right now in his 14 minutes.
That 4 assists is a good look there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, not an offensive showcase here as the Hornets are shooting 27% from the field and the Kings are shooting 39%.
Make no bones about it. This game has been trash.
Yeah. Make no bones about it. This is Summer League. This is 100% Summer League. So since it's halftime, we'll use that as an opportunity to get up out of here. Make sure you're back with us tomorrow at noon. If you want to keep streaming, I think Deuce and Mo got something going on. So head over to their channel and then make your plans to be back with us tomorrow at noon.
Yes, indeed.
See y'all.